Calling parties on Aliza Brown. Calling case number 21-58034, People versus Aliza Brown. Defendant is charged with count 1, police officer assaulting, resisting, or obstructing. Count 2, weapons, felony, firearm. Defendant is scheduled today for a probable cause count.
Thank you. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Burton Harris, P81843 with the Neighborhood Defender Services of Detroit on behalf of Ms. Aliza Brown, who's present on Zoom.
Okay, good morning to you, Mr. Burton Harris. Your client, can you state, Ms. Aliza Brown, can you state your name, please?
Ms. Brown, you need to unmute yourself. There you go.
This is Aliza Brown.
Oh, counsel, what is your pleasure here today?
Today's the probable cause conference, Your Honor. There's a few things. So I still need the main officer's body worn camera. I have the footage from the officer who grabbed my client from behind, but this whole thing is kind of premised on an interaction with another officer. I don't have that officer's body cam, and that officer's name is Kim Cochran. So I need that. I also need unredacted discovery. There are two witnesses that the people list as I guess key witnesses, and a lot of information in two of the police reports pertaining to these witnesses. I need their contact information so I can interview them myself. The last thing is that I don't know exactly who's coming to the exam once we set it. So I just wanted clarification on who the people intend to call as witnesses for the exam.
Okay. Ms. Bailey, first, the easiest one is, who do you plan on calling?
Your Honor,
It should be a game or a game of chance. Who do you plan on calling so that he knows if he needs to independently subpoena someone?
Your Honor, at this time, probably only Officer Smith.
Okay, so now you're on notice. If there's anyone outside of that officer's presence that you'd like, you certainly are free to subpoena that witness or witnesses. As it relates to the second issue, which was unredacted information so that he can contact, can you provide that to him?
I'm just curious as to who he's talking about. The people only have officers listed.
Mr. Burton Harris?
I'm getting their names. Hold on one second, Your Honor. Muhammad Atani.
Two?
Say again?
Go ahead.
Muhammad Atani. That's one of them. And there was another person who provided a statement. Charles Winston.
Okay.
And then the first concern you raised was body cam for Officer Muhammad, was it?
No, it was Officer Kim Cochran.
Oh, Cochran. So that those items, I think we can remedy these three concerns. Would you like to set another PCC to confirm that you have these three concerns addressed, or would you like to set the exam? It's up to you.
Well, Your Honor, I would like to set the exam, but I think it's the safest bet just to set another PCC, just in case there's any other problems that come up.
Okay, today is the 20th. We're going to set another PCC. How about August 20th?
August 20th. Give me 1 second. I think that date works. I just want to double check. August 20th is good, Your Honor.
Perfect. August 20th at 8:30 via Zoom. So Ms. Brown, I need you to zoom in on that date just as you did today.
Okay.
The other thing, Your Honor, you had mentioned me subpoenaing witnesses. What is the best way to go about that? I prefer to get orders because orders are effective once they're entered, and I don't have to send my investigators to go track down an officer. Or if you would allow me to, I can notice the officer in charge through the prosecutor's office to get any other witnesses that we might need that are at the police department at the exam.
How do I want you to subpoena witnesses? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, so there's a couple different ways we can do it. We can do it through the officer in charge, and that would be just basically me going through the prosecutor's office. Or if you prefer, I guess the more traditional way would be to contact the officers directly. But my office just we don't have good luck with trying to get officers subpoenaed because they don't really know the process. They are more familiar with getting notices from the officer in charge. So I guess I'm asking your Honor's permission to notice at least Officer Kim Cochran if the people don't plan to produce her for the exam through the officer in charge instead of us subpoenaing her directly.
And I understand your concern, but I'm gonna leave that to you as to, what method you choose to employ. But I do understand your concern. I don't want to tell you, do it this way, and then they don't show, and you say, well, Judge, you can proceed however you deem is appropriate.
Okay, so I guess the question would be, Sister Counsel, would you accept service of the subpoenas directly to you so you could provide them to the OIC?
I don't believe that's how it's supposed to be done.
I'm gonna let the two of you have a conversation about that. We're gonna call the next case if there's nothing more.
Okay, sorry about that, Your Honor.
That's okay. Mr. Sanders?
Calling parties on Devin Jones. Calling case number 2059964, People versus Devin Deshaun Jones. Defendant is charged with 1 count, carrying a concealed weapon, commission of a felony with a motor vehicle violence. Defendant is scheduled today for an examination.
Thank you. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
And good morning, Neighborhood Defender Service by Andrew Sullivan, P84261. Here on behalf of Mr. Devin Jones, who's appearing by Zoom. Mr. Jones, can you unmute yourself and introduce yourself to the court?
My name is Devin Jones.
Okay, good morning. And counsel, what's your pleasure today?
We are waiving our exam this morning. We were approved for a pretrial diversion program. So we are waiving to send the case up to circuit court to begin that program.
Okay, I'm assuming that there is no objection from the prosecution?
No objection.
All right, so Mr. Jones, I just need to ask you a few questions, sir. Can you,
Yes, ma'am.
first of all, okay, I'm sorry. Could you state your name again, sir?
Devin Jones.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, do you understand the allegations against you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you do have a right to a preliminary examination?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that if an examination did occur, that the prosecutor would need to establish by a probable cause standard only that crimes were committed in the city of Detroit, county of Wayne, and that you probably committed those crimes?
Yes, ma'am.
And if the prosecution were able to meet that burden, the matter would then be bound over to the circuit court. Do you understand how that process would play out?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the information presented by your attorney is that you wish to waive, to give up your right to a preliminary examination. Is that true, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand that that means that this matter would automatically be bound over to the circuit court for further proceedings without the benefit of a preliminary examination?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, is that how you wish to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you doing so voluntarily, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I do have the examination waiver form returned to the file, which appears to be properly executed. I do find your waiver to be knowingly and voluntarily given. The matter will be bound over to the circuit court for further proceedings with an AOI date of August 10th. August 10th at 9 a.m. Is there anything further?
Nothing further from the defense, Your Honor.
Nothing for the people.
Okay, we're all set here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. You all have a blessed day.
You too. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Jones, you can log off.
Okay, thank you.
Calling parties on Kawan Butler. Calling case number 2156437, People versus Kawan Simone Butler. Defendant is charged with count 1, operating while intoxicated causing serious injury. Count 2, reckless driving causing serious impairment of a body function. Count 3, moving violation causing serious impairment of a body function. Commission of a felony with a motor vehicle advisory. Defendant is here today for a motion hearing.
Okay, thank you. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
And good morning, Your Honor. May it please this honorable court and your staff, Melvin Houston, P number 36280, appearing on behalf of Kawan Butler, who is participating in today's session via Zoom. I'm not certain if I would characterize today's session as being one involving motions. It's really more for clarification and other requests that need to be brought to the court's attention by Ms. Butler.
Okay. Yes. Well, can you start by saying your name, ma'am?
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Kawan Butler.
Good morning. So I'm not sure what to ask.
Okay. I wanted to talk to you regarding my lawyer and I, Mr. Houston. There's been a few misunderstandings and we're actually not seeing eye to eye, nothing personal. It's just, I would prefer other representation in my case, if that's possible.
Okay, well now, Mr. Houston is an excellent attorney. Are you sure you want to do that?
Yes. Where we just weren't, it was just a few misunderstandings and we weren't seeing eye to eye. So it's nothing personal towards him. He's great. He seems like a great person, nothing personal. It just, I would prefer other representation.
Mr. Houston, would you agree that there's a breakdown in the attorney-client relationship here?
Oh, yeah, I believe there is, Your Honor. As the court knows, we're real early in the proceedings.
Yes.
We were before the court on last Thursday, 5 days ago, for just a probable cause conference. Okay, I mean, nothing really important from a legal perspective, but the problems began when the court issued a supplemental order requiring that Ms. Butler submit to some sort of monitoring. And as the court may recall, that was done sua sponte. Ms. Butler seems to think, for whatever reason, that because I didn't object to the court's decision to require this monitoring for alcohol, that somehow I'm not doing my job. Clearly, my legal expertise is insufficient in terms of her expectations. That's just simply not how the system works. She also requested that I ask the court to recluse itself from this matter. And again, it just doesn't work that way. So I think we have a clear misunderstanding as to how the judicial process works. Maybe she'll luck up with some other attorney who will, who will handle matters that way, but it just doesn't make any sense to me to do that. She's also complaining about the amount of money that she's required to pay to EMS for the monitoring device.
Okay, Your Honor, can I actually say something now? Actually, there was a mix up with my email. I emailed Mr. Houston my email and he said I sent him the wrong email, which caused me to go get my alcohol breathalyzer 4 days late. That's because it was the wrong email. He claims I sent him, which I sent it in a chat when we were in the room. That's wrong. Number 2, you told me it's not optional, Your Honor. I understand that. Why would I not try to go around it? You told me it is nowhere near optional. I understand that. I understand clear English. Third of all, he told me it would be $45 monthly, not knowing when I called EMS, it's $45 weekly. Yes, I did ask him, may he talk to you and find me something a little cheaper if possible. Mr. Houston said it's not optional. It's not about being optional for the alcohol testing. It was the amount that I'm paying weekly. That's the only thing I asked him to ask you. That's why I said we weren't seeing eye to eye, because he blew me off. And it's like, you're not really being on my team. That's how I feel. That's a personal feeling towards me. I don't feel like he's a good representation for me this early on, considering the misunderstandings we're having. Yes.
Okay. Well, first things first, I feel as though it's appropriate for Mr. Houston to be relieved as counsel, given the representations that have been made. But before you leave, Mr. Houston, I just want to make sure that we've got someone zooming in, if you don't mind. This should be relatively quick when we make the phone call, which hopefully Mr. Clerk is listening and he'll make that call right now.
Okay.
Somebody will zoom right in, and you will need to be connected to them. But let me just ask this, do you have the, alcohol monitoring now in place?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and, I am going to remedy the situation that you've raised with regards to the differences you're having with counsel, so you'll have a new court-appointed attorney.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now, as it relates to a cheaper mode of alcohol monitoring, certainly the court-appointed attorney who zooms in can make inroads to that. I believe that the alcohol monitoring that you chose is cheaper than the alcohol tether. And if there is a monitoring system that is cheaper, I think, you know what, after you make that call for court-appointed, Mr. Clerk,
Yes,
can you check to also with the probation department and ask them the price differential between the PBT monitoring and JAMS? But that should be secondary. Yeah, the PBT monitoring versus going to JAMS and testing that way.
okay.
The reason, you know, and I'm not sure, I think I heard Mr. Houston say something about your wanting for the court to recuse itself. I'm not really sure if I heard that right, but, or maybe I just misunderstood, but either way, I certainly do not want you to be in a situation where you feel as though you are not being best represented. Although, as I've indicated, Mr. Houston, my experience with him is that he is an excellent attorney, but there has to be a level of comfortability between you and your attorney. So I'm not going to fight that. I'm going to get you a new attorney to zoom in just a moment. Now, I know you've raised concerns about the cost of it. We're going to try and figure out if JAMS, have you heard of JAMS?
Yes, I have.
Okay, if JAMS is a cheaper mode for which to maintain the alcohol monitoring. I think, and I certainly can go back and provide further explanation, but I think you understand why the alcohol monitoring is in place,
Yes.
but if not, oh, okay,
I'm aware.
all right. So the court must ensure that alcohol monitoring is in place, but I hear your concerns and we're going to make some calls. So while we're waiting for your new court-appointed attorney to zoom in, please hold in the gallery, and we'll also find out what the price differential is. I'm pretty sure JAMS may be cheaper than the PBT. So if you could just give us a moment, and Mr. Houston, I'm sorry, I don't mean to have you hang on until the new court-appointed attorney gets here. You're relieved from your duties as it relates to this case, and I thank you for bringing it to the court's attention this morning.
You're welcome, Your Honor. Stay safe, everyone.
Likewise. So just hang tight, Ms. Butler, okay?
Okay.
We will recall it shortly.
We have, Dorcas out there. That's it.
Two cases. Who has two cases? Or?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I see that.
His attorney's in the parking lot. He said he's waiting on his client to come.
Okay. Looks like there's two different attorneys, could that be? Yeah.
Yeah, Mr.
Mencken and
Mr. Mencken called a second ago.
Wonder why there's two different attorneys.
Oh, man, this lady has the same birthday. August 9th. I'll be on the whole week.
I saw Mr. Nasser.
Fine isn't here yet.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, if anybody is ready to go and do the prosecution, we can call in advance, even if it's before the scheduled time. Ms. Butler, your new attorney is going to be zooming in just a moment.
Okay.
Did you say her new attorney's Rena?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can I trouble you, oh, well, no, there's no need to check, but. What's today's date? Today's,
The 20th.
Did you get a call from Mr. Glenn or Ms. Barkovic?
Not yet.
Did you see that? Oh, no, you wouldn't have gotten it. You haven't CC. They may be calling to see if they can zoom in, and I'm fine with it. They need to address a matter that is on the docket for
Tomorrow.
Wednesday.
Okay.
Yeah, and there's a new, Ms. Barkovic is newly retained, and they're going to need to adjourn that. It must be set for 1:30 tomorrow.
Yes.
Looks like it's a homicide set for 1 PM, but that must be 1:30.
It should be 1:30.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 1:30. Antonio Clemens.
I'm gonna tell them, I'm gonna respond to this email that they're both on and tell them to zoom in today.
Should I start looking for a 1:30 date now?
Yes, and I don't know how we're gonna manage that, because I don't think I'm certain he's in custody, and I don't think we have anything until maybe mid to late August.
Yeah.
But this isn't in custody, so we'll take priority.
Okay.
If, we will take priority over, for instance, a non-custodial 1:30. You know what I'm saying? Because most of our 1:30s are homicides, but there could be an armed robbery or something that's not in custody.
How much time do you think she's gonna need?
We'll find out.
Okay.
We'll find out, yeah, because apparently it's a lot of discovery, so maybe the timing will work out.
Cause I see one, well, that's not enough time. I saw one for Monday, that's not enough time. On I-26.
Oh, yeah, no,
Yeah. Cause the person is
well,
out.
who knows? Let's just see what they say.
Yeah, that defendant is out of custody.
We never have.
Calling parties on Devon Hill. Calling case number 20-61961, People versus Devon, Dantes Hill. Defendant is charged with count 1, carrying a concealed weapon. Count 2, police officer assaulting, resisting, or obstructing, causing injury. Count 3, police officer assaulting, resisting, or obstructing. Counts 4 and 5, weapons, felony, firearm. Defendant is scheduled today for an examination.
Thank you. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
And good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to your staff. May it please the most honorable court, Mohammed Nasser, P74485, appearing on behalf of with Mr. Devon Hill, who also appears in the courtroom standing behind me to the right. Sir, please identify yourself for this honorable court.
Thank you. Any preliminary matters?
No preliminary matters for the people, Your Honor.
First witness, or I'm sorry, any preliminary matters?
I would just ask for a sequestration order of any all testifying witnesses, Judge.
Sequestration is granted. First witness.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the people would call Officer Jeremy Morrow.
Okay.
Officer Morrow?
Okay, if there's anyone watching the live stream of this YouTube version, please make sure you stop from watching if you are either a witness or a potential witness. Officer, could you please state your full name and spell your first and last name for that court reporter?
Yes, ma'am. Jeremy Morrow, JEREMYMORROW.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're going to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You can come over this way. That half gate will open towards you.
Towards me.
Watch your step and have a seat,
Yes, ma'am.
if you will. Madam Prosecutor, once you've settled, your witness.
Could you please restate your name for the record?
Jeremy Morrow.
Are you currently employed with the Detroit Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
In what capacity?
Police officer.
How long have you been employed as a police officer?
4 years in September.
Were you employed as a police officer on November 17th, 2020?
Yes.
Did you in fact work on that date?
Yes.
Were you by yourself or with a partner?
With a partner.
What is your partner's name?
Officer Bird,
Can you spell Bird for me?
BYRD.
Were you in full or modified uniform?
Full uniform.
Were you on foot or in a scout car?
Scout car.
Was the scout car fully marked or something else?
Fully marked.
Did your duties as a police officer take you to the area at or near 18,690 Prevost?
Yes.
Is that location here in the city of Detroit,
Yes.
Wayne County?
Yes.
What, if anything, is at that location?
It's a residential area.
And why did you go there?
We was just on everyday duty patrol, driving around.
When you made it to that location on Prevost, what, if anything, did you observe?
I was driving and my partner advised me that he seen somebody would have done.
Your Honor, go ahead, Judge.
Objection sustained.
Your Honor, if I might, it's not being used for the truth of the matter asserted at this point, just why
Objection
the
overruled.
officer did
Please
what he did.
proceed.
So, after being advised of this information, what, if anything, did you do?
I then put the car in park.
Did you exit the vehicle?
Yes.
After exiting the vehicle, what, if anything, did you do?
By the time I got out the car, my partner was already giving chase.
What do you mean by giving checks?
Chase,
Oh, chase, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Did you activate your lights or sirens?
No.
Did you give any, so after, what, if anything, did you do after you observed your partner giving chase?
I started running behind him.
And Who were you chasing?
The defendant,
Do you know the defendant's name?
I just know his last name is Hill.
Do you see this, Mr. Hill in the courtroom today?
Yes,
Could you please point to him and identify something that he's wearing?
yes, he over there, he has a black bow tie.
The record will reflect identification of the defendant.
Thank you, Your Honor. Were you able to catch up to the defendant?
Yes,
While you were chasing him, were you providing any instructions to the defendant?
no,
So you never called out and asked him to stop?
Objection, asked and answered, Judge.
Objection overruled.
So you never asked him to stop or identified yourself or anything of that nature?
no.
How did you come into contact with him?
My partner exited the vehicle first, obviously. By the time I caught up, my partner had already caught him.
And after you caught up with your partner and Mr. Hill, what, if anything, did you do?
Well, after I caught up with him, it was a tussle. We was trying to get Mr. Hill to,
Objection as to we, Judge.
Objection sustained.
well, I was attempting to arrest Mr. Hill at that point, so.
How were you attempting to arrest Mr. Hill?
Well, we was tussling, we was on the ground, I was trying to get his hands behind his back to detain him.
And what do you mean by tussling?
Well, he was on the ground, he was giving a little fight, he was resisting at that point down while I was trying to get his hands behind his back.
Objection as to characterization.
Objection sustained. What do you mean when you say he's resisting?
Resisting, he didn't allow me to get his hands behind his back.
And by that, do you mean like he was pulling away from you?
He was pulling away, yes.
Objection as to leading, Judge.
Objection sustained.
Your Honor,
That answer is stricken. Please proceed. I mean, you can ask him another question to elicit the exact same
no,
response.
I know, Your Honor, I just hadn't finished my question yet.
Oh, well, then the answer is stricken.
Was he pulling away from you or something else?
Well, he was pulling away. He also held his arms to the front, so we couldn't get him to the back to detain him.
So I noticed the motion that you were doing with your arms. Could you please describe that for the court?
Well, he kept his arms close. He was laying on his arms. He was on his stomach. Okay, so he kind of like tensed up, so we couldn't detain him.
Was he doing anything with his legs?
He was on the ground. I don't recall.
Okay. I have no further questions for this officer.
How long would you say that this melee occurred?
This had to happen for about the most 45 to a minute.
45 seconds to a minute?
Probably the most.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. May I?
Yes, I said cross-examination.
Oh, okay, I'm so sorry, Judge. I apologize. Good morning, Officer Morrow.
Good morning.
Officer Morrow, I'm gonna ask you some questions, and if you don't understand, please let me know, and I'll try to rephrase in a way that you can understand. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Officer Morrow, you already testified that you were working on or about November 17th of last year, correct?
Yes.
That you were with a partner on that particular day, correct?
Yes.
That ultimately your duties took you to the location of 18690 Pre-Boss, correct?
Yes.
You've already testified that you were operating a scout car on that particular day, right?
Yes.
So you're the driver and you had a passenger next to you, right?
Yes.
And that passenger was Officer Bird, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you've already testified, well, you haven't testified. What time was it approximately, if you recall?
I don't recall. I know it was the daytime though.
It was in the daytime,
Yes.
so it was light outside.
Yes.
You can clearly see.
Yes.
Okay, now were there multiple individuals that were in this particular area? Or was it just one person that you saw?
Well, it was multiple people in the area, yes.
Okay, now it's your testimony here today that at some point in time, your attention was brought to my client, Mr. Hill, correct?
Yes.
And whatever information that was provided to you, you didn't see personally, this was information that was given to you by your partner, right?
Yes.
Okay, now, you indicated that you've been a police officer for 4 years now?
Going on 4 years in September.
Okay, congratulations to that.
Thank you.
Now, as part and parcel of your training as a police officer, you're taught to write police reports, right?
Yes,
And in police reports, you are taught rather to memorialize and articulate salient and important factors, right?
yes,
So at some point in time, maybe a year later or so, if a guy like me is asking questions in a suit, you can look at your report and refresh your memory, right?
yes,
Certainly when you author these reports, they are closer in time generally than when you testify, correct?
yes,
Okay, so you realize that it's important to be truthful when writing reports, correct?
true,
And when you wrote this, and you did write a report of this matter, correct?
yes,
Okay, and when you wrote this report, it was a true and accurate statement of what happened, correct?
yes,
Okay, so when you wrote in your report that your partner advised you that he saw the offender with a bulge in his pocket, that's a true statement, correct?
yes,
Okay, so what you wrote in your report specifically is that your partner told you that Mr. Hill had a bulge in his pocket, right?
yes.
That's what you wrote in the report, right?
I didn't get a chance to read it, but.
Okay, but looking at the report, refresh your memory as to what you said.
Yes,
Your Honor, may I approach this?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Ken. Officer, I'm going to hand you a document. If you can please identify for the record what that is, please.
my report.
Okay, would you mind taking a look at that? And once your recollection is refreshed, I'll ask you some more questions, please.
I'm ready.
Is your recollection refreshed, sir?
Yes,
Ma'am. Thank you kindly. You agree that nowhere in your report does it originally state that you were advised that Mr. Hill had a gun, right?
yes,
So when you testified earlier and you told sister counsel about this notion of a gun, in actuality, what you were advised by your partner is that there was a bulge in this individual's pocket, right?
yes, now I read my report.
Okay, now that your recollection is refreshed, right?
Yes.
And you would agree that there's nothing illegal about having a bulge in someone's pocket, is there?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for a legal conclusion.
Absolutely not. He's an officer, Judge. He has
Objection overruled. Please, let's move on.
nothing illegal about having a bulge in someone's pocket, right?
No,
You can have a cell phone in there, correct?
yes,
You can have a wallet in there, correct?
yes,
All of these things would facilitate a bulge, possibly, correct?
possibly,
Okay, now, however, the basis for chasing this particular individual is based upon this observation of a bulge, agreed?
agreed.
Okay, no further questions, Judge, thanks.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, officer. You may exit the room. Do you have any other witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the people would call Officer Billy Bird.
Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Mitchell, Madam Defense?
Yes, Judge.
I'm gonna put you in a breakout room with Miss Butler, okay?
Okay.
And then,
Judge, I already exchanged numbers over chat, so I really just need to get another PCC date and
Gonna come back next week?
yes, that'll work for me.
Okay, just so you know, we have an exam date in this matter set for September. And the concern that she had, we're off the record, Madam Court Reporter, I know. The concern that she had was regarding the PBT that was ordered. That's not going to change. There must be alcohol monitoring, given the fact that she's dealing with operating while intoxicated causes serious injury and et cetera, et cetera. That was not imposed at the arraignment. It should have been. And that's what I think started some of the breakdown between her and Mr. Houston, who has since been relieved. She also had a concern about the PBT versus another mode of alcohol monitoring that might be cheaper. I had Mr. Clerk check. JAMS is not cheaper. So I'm gonna let you communicate with her. If you can come up with something that is cheaper, zoom back in and we'll switch it on over. But alcohol monitoring must be in place, should have been in place at the arraignment. It was an abuse of discretion by the magistrate not to impose it. So, the exam date as it's set right now is September 28th at 9:30. And we can come back if you'd like, for another PCC on, how about the 27th of July?
That works for me, Your Honor.
And in the meantime, Ms. Bailey can make sure to forward over discovery. She's nodding her head right now.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. So I'll call Ms. Butler, and our next date is July 27th.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, Judge. I'll see you guys next time. Ms. Butler, I'm going to give you a call.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Thank you for zooming in, Ms. Mitchell.
No problem.
Ms. Butler, and that July 27th date, you can feel free to zoom in on that date. You don't, your presence in the courtroom is not necessary on July 27th.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Oh. Let me think about that.
Okay.
Okay, sir, please state your name.
Billy Bird.
Thank you. Please, spell your first and last name.
BILLIEBYRD.
Thank you. Please raise your. Do you solemnly swear firm testimony you're going to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. If you make your way over here, this little half gate opens up towards you. Have a seat, Madam Prosecutor, your witness once he's settled.
Thank you, Your Honor. You gotta keep the mask up. Could you please restate your name for the record?
Billy Bird.
Are you currently employed with the Detroit Police Department?
Yes.
In what capacity?
Patrol.
As a patrol police officer?
Yes.
How long have you been employed as a police officer?
Probably 4 years.
4 years?
Going on 4 years, yes.
Okay. Were you employed as a police officer on November 17th, 2020?
Yes.
Did you work on that date?
Yes.
Were you by yourself or with a partner?
I was with a partner.
What's your partner's name?
Jeremy Merrill.
Were you in full or modified uniform?
Yes.
Which one?
I was in full uniform.
Were you on foot or in a scout car?
On scout car.
Was the scout car fully marked or something else?
Fully marked.
Were you in the driver's or the passenger seat?
Passenger seat.
Did your duties as a police officer take you to the area at or near 18690 Prevost?
Yes.
Is that location in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
Wayne County?
Yes.
Who brought you to that location?
Did a routine patrol.
Did you observe anything while on routine patrol in this location?
Yes.
What did you observe?
A black male walking across the street with a pistol in his pocket.
Which pocket?
Right pocket.
Front pocket or back pocket?
Side pocket.
I'm sorry?
Side pocket. Side right pants pocket.
Okay. How did you know that, or what led you to believe that it was a gun in his pocket?
I observed his jogging pants being way down, and then as he got closer, I observed the butt of a firearm protruding from his pocket.
What, if anything, did you do after you observed this?
I advised my partner and attempted to make contact with him.
How did you attempt to make contact with him?
Exited my vehicle and tried to run towards the backyard where he went.
So, wait, let's back up. So, you saw someone walking down the street and
Across the street.
across the street.
Yes.
When you observed this person, were they walking, running, or something else?
It was walking.
When did they start running?
When they got towards the side of the house.
And when they got to the side of the house, where were you?
Still in my scout car.
Did this person appear to look in the direction of your scout car?
Yes.
And what, if anything, happened after you exited your scout car?
Once I exited my scout car, I proceeded to the same path he went. When I got to the side of the house, I observed him at the rear of the house, edge of the wall, with the firearm in his hand.
Which hand?
Right right hand.
Do you know what kind of firearm it was?
I believe it was a Glock.
Would that be a handgun?
Yes, ma'am.
After you came around to the back of the house, what, if anything, did you do?
I told him to show me his hands.
And then what happened?
He took off running.
Where?
East and west between the houses.
Were these yards fenced in?
No, there was no fence between those two.
So, what, if anything, happened next?
He proceeded to go run across another house, and then he went back eastbound between the house and hopped over a privacy fence.
And what, if anything, did you do in response?
I broke the fence as I ran, chased him.
Were you able to catch up with this person?
Yes,
About how long did you give chase before you were able to catch up with this person?
maybe 25 seconds.
Do you see the person here in the courtroom?
Yes,
Could you please point to him and tell me something that he's wearing?
white and black bow tie.
And,
The
well,
record will reflect the identification of the defendant.
thank you, Your Honor. What, if anything, was the defendant doing with the gun while he ran?
Oh, once I grabbed him, he still had the firearm in his hand.
So he was running with the firearm.
Yes,
What, if anything, happened after you caught up with the defendant?
I grabbed him and tried to get him to drop the firearm.
And were you successful in getting him to drop the firearm?
Yes,
After the firearm was dropped, what, if anything, happened?
we tussled and I took him down to the ground.
What do you mean by tussled?
Wrestling. Like he was trying to pull away and get away, and I was trying to detain him.
What, how was he trying to get away? Was he pulling his arms away from you? Was he
Yeah, pulling away.
squirming or something else?
Squirming and pulling arms away, yes.
What, if anything, did you do next?
Bear hugged him, and then took him down, slammed him onto the ground.
And then what happened?
Then was on the ground, I observed the firearm on the ground near us, and I observed him trying to grab the firearm, and I tussled some more with him, and I was able to retrieve the firearm from the ground and throw it.
Away from you?
Away from both of us, yes.
After you threw the firearm away from you, what, if anything, happened?
My partner made it back there to help, try to secure that offender.
Were you able, scratch that. At some point, was the defendant, under control?
Eventually, yes.
And after the defendant was under control, what, if anything, did you do?
We detained him at that point and took him back to our patrol group.
What, if anything, did you do with the gun?
Retrieved the gun off the ground.
Did you place the gun on evidence?
Yes,
Did the defendant provide you with a concealed pistol license?
no,
Did you obtain any identification from the defendant?
Objection as to relevance, Judge.
Objection overruled.
I don't know. He gave me his name.
You don't recall if you got his driver's license?
I don't recall.
Do you know if the location where you stopped him was the defendant's home?
I do not.
Did you locate one gun or more than one gun?
I located two.
What was the second type of gun that you located?
A long gun.
Would that be like a rifle, a shotgun, or something else?
A rifle.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object. What's the relevance of this testimony?
Objection
She's not being
overruled.
charged with that.
Objection overruled.
Did you place both of these weapons on evidence?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall the Do you recall if the weapons were loaded, unloaded, or something else?
Both weapons had magazines in them and they had a live round in the the chain.
After securing the gun and the scene, what if anything did you do?
Requested, a supervisor make the location.
And then what?
And then, a different unit conveyed him to, the DDC, my partner, my partner went to the hospital.
And what if anything did you do?
Went back to the base and we did our report.
I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor.
What happened with the gun, sir? You
Placed-
said you placed it on evidence. What does that mean?
I placed it on evidence.
What does that mean?
I did a report on it. I tagged it.
Oh, does it have a tag number?
Yes, ma'am. There it is.
Do you know what the tag number is?
I do not recall the tag number, ma'am. This is my report. So I can reflect off my report, yes.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So Officer Berg, please review your report silently to yourself, and if you find the evidence tag number for the gun, please go ahead and read it into the record.
I need the property, just a number page.
Is there a different, okay.
Yes.
Would it, oh, I found it. Oh, permission to approach,
Yes,
Your Honor?
yes, ma'am.
Thank you. It's just this one. So officer, please review that, and if you see the evidence tag number, would you please read it aloud into the record?
Property tag number is gonna be 2011170142.1.
So,
And that's gonna be for a Glock 27. Serial number is gonna be Nora, Robert, Nancy, Adam, 879.
and this is the evidence tag number for the weapon that you first observed in the defendant's hand?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, you may proceed, Mr. Nasser.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Officer Berg.
Good morning.
Officer Berg, I'm gonna ask you some questions. If you don't understand, please let me know on the side of your trades in a way that you can understand. Is that fair?
Yes.
Officer Berg, you already testified that you were working on or about November 17th of last year, correct?
Yes.
That at some point in time, your duties took you to the location of 18682 Prevos, correct?
Yes.
You've already testified that that's a residential location, fair?
Yes.
Okay, so there's homes there, right?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
Yes. Because I was already walking across the street.
Okay, but I'm saying, you said there's homes in this particular area of Prevos, right?
Yes, there's homes.
Okay, so it's a residential area, meaning people
Yes.
live there, right?
Yes.
And you see different homes in this particular area, right?
Yes.
Okay, now let me ask you this. It's your testimony here today that you're driving or you're in a scout car, right?
Yes.
And you're in the passenger side of the scout car, right?
Yes.
And which direction are you traveling?
We're traveling northbound on Prevos.
Excuse me?
Northbound on Prevos.
So Prevos is north, it goes north and south then, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you're on north, and so you're traveling north, and when do you originally see Mr. Hill?
Walking from the west side of the street to the east side of the street.
Okay, so walking from the west side to the east side. Okay, so when you see him, are you looking directly straight? Are you looking to the side?
Straightforward.
Straightforward. Okay, and he's walking from the, you said the east to the west?
The west side of the street to the east side of the street.
West side.
Officer Byrd,
Yes.
can I trouble you to wait until the question is answered before the question is asked before you answer? Because Madam Court Reporter is challenged when she's hearing people talk over. And I would ask you also, Mr. Nasser, if you would allow until he's finished to ask the next question, because while she's an excellent court reporter, it makes her job 10 times more challenging if you'd like to have a record at the conclusion of this.
Absolutely, and I apologize, Madam.
Sorry about that.
So when you originally see this individual, he's in front of you crossing the street, right?
Yes.
Okay, and when you see him crossing the street, you're looking at him walking sideways, agreed?
Yes.
Okay, and when he's walking sideways, you originally see his left side or the right side?
His right side.
You see his right side, okay. And it's your, so you would agree that this purview of this individual crossing the street is equally accessible to you and your partner, correct?
Yes.
So both of you are looking at the same thing?
Objection, Your Honors, cause for speculation.
Objection sustained.
Okay, so you're looking straight ahead, correct?
Yes.
There's no type of impediments that are present, is there? Something blocking your view?
No.
Okay, and the first thing and you said you're seeing his right side?
Yes.
Okay, what is this individual wearing?
Gotta correct my report.
Yeah, so would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay, is that in front of you?
Yes, it is.
Okay, take a look at your report. Once your recollection is refreshed, I'll ask you some more questions.
I'm ready.
Ready?
Yes.
Okay, what's he wearing?
He had a black jacket with an orange hoodie coming from out of his jacket with blue jogging pants.
Okay, so he's fully dressed, right?
Yes.
Okay, and what originally attracts your attention allegedly is a bulge in a pocket, agreed?
No.
That's not true?
No.
You never advised your partner that this individual has a bulge in his pocket?
I was on the butt of a handgun.
Okay, but the question is, did you ever advise your partner that you see an individual with a bulge in his pocket?
Don't recall.
You don't recall?
No, I recall I observed his pants. Don't recall.
Okay, do you recall seeing that his pants are sagging a bit?
Yes.
Okay, and from that, you extrapolated that this individual is carrying some type of contraband, right?
Yes.
Okay, and based upon that particular observation, that's when you exit your scout car, correct?
No.
You don't exit your scout car?
No.
Okay.
I exited my scout car when I seen the butt of the handgun sticking out of his pocket.
Okay, so it's your testimony here today that you saw a butt of a handgun, correct?
Yes.
Okay, what color was it?
Black.
Okay, how far were you from this particular area when you saw it?
Maybe from here to you.
From me to you?
Yes. Maybe a little farther back.
Okay, can we stipulate this is about maybe 30 feet, I think?
I'd rather have the witness estimate the distance.
Can you estimate the distance?
Maybe 25 feet.
25 feet approximately.
Yes.
Okay, it's bright outside, right?
Yes.
Okay, the sun in your eyes?
No.
No, it's not? Where's the sun?
Not in my eyes.
Okay, then where is it?
Not sure.
Okay, let me ask you this. But your report does estimate, or it doesn't say that. Let me ask you this. There's no lights or anything else. This is during the day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you see what you believe to be a butt of a gun in some individual's pocket, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And based upon that, you ultimately exit your vehicle, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at this point in time, the lights or the sirens or anything else is not on, right?
Correct.
Okay. And this individual goes into the backyard area, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's your testimony here today that at some point in time, you're tussling with this individual, right?
Yes.
Okay. At any point in time, did you actually knock the door of this house and see who the owner of the house was?
No.
Okay. When you actually retrieved this firearm, were you wearing the Advent, or did you wear any latex gloves or anything along those lines?
Don't recall.
You don't recall. Is that something that you normally do?
If the accessible to me, yes.
Okay, and you would agree that an individual, like an officer like yourself, may wear latex gloves in order to preserve prints and the like, right?
Yes.
Okay, let me ask you this. Was this firearm actually reported stolen or anything along those lines?
I do not recall.
Okay, is that not part of your investigation?
Yes, it is. I do not recall it was stolen.
Okay, no further questions, Judge, thanks.
And you read around.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you so much, Officer Byrd. You may exit the courtroom. Any further witnesses for the prosecution?
No further witnesses, Your Honor.
Any witnesses for the defense?
No, Judge, thank you.
Is there a motion?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the people would motion for bind over on all counts, Your Honor. We heard from officers Billy Byrd and Jeremy Morrow this morning, Your Honor, who indicated that while on patrol down Prevost, going, I believe, south to north, Officer Byrd observed the defendant walking across the street with his right side facing the scout car, Your Honor. During this walk, Officer Byrd, who's an officer of the Detroit Police Department and has been for 4 years, observed a sagging of the defendant's pants, Your Honor, and upon further walking, he observed the butt of a handgun, Your Honor, concealed fully within the defendant's pocket or pants. At this time, Your Honor, we heard Officer Byrd get out of the car and begin attempting to, we heard that Officer Byrd attempted to make contact with the defendant, Your Honor, who was sprinting, running, moving rather quickly behind, into the backyard of a house. When Officer Byrd caught back up with him, he observed a gun in the defendant's hand, Your Honor. Further requests were made for the defendant to stop and to put the gun down. Those were ignored, and instead the defendant ran off, Your Honor. We heard that Officers Byrd and Morrow were both fully uniformed, Your Honor, and Officer Byrd was giving lawful commands for the defendant to stop and put the gun down. The defendant ignored that, and as a result, Officers Morrow and Byrd had what they've all described as a tussle with the defendant in order for him to drop the gun and be placed in custody for investigation, Your Honor. The defendant was not in possession of a concealed pistol permit, and no testimony of him having one was provided. Therefore, Your Honor, the people have met their burden of probable cause for today's examination.
Response?
Your Honor, if I may. Thank you so much, Judge. First and foremost, I think the prosecutor's done a good job, Judge. And this court has had ample opportunity to listen to the testimony of 2 officers. First and foremost, it was Officer Morrow, which was followed by Officer Byrd. Now, Officer Morrow's testimony was interesting to the effect, Judge, that Officer Morrow indicated with specificity that what he was advised by his partner is that he saw a purported bulge. And based upon this purported bulge, this is why he exited the car. And this is why they gave chase, and this is why this entire incident allegedly occurred. Judge, that seeing a bulge in and of itself is not articulable indicia of criminality by any stretch. So let's negate Officer Morrow's testimony here. He had no testimony as it relates to seeing this gun, although the testimony of Officer Byrd is that purportedly he saw this straight up in front of him without any impediments or anything else along those lines. However, it's convenient that Officer Morrow did not see this. But let's talk about the testimony of Officer Byrd. Officer Byrd indicated that he's in a vehicle, he sees an individual that's fully clothed with a hoodie on, jogging pants, that his pants are sagging, and then he states that approximately 25 feet or so, he sees what he believes to see a butt of a gun, he immediately exits his vehicle and gives chase. Ultimately, this individual is tussled with and detained. Let's talk about these particular offenses, Judge. First and foremost, undeniably, count number 2, police officer assaulting, resisting, obstructing, causing injury. Did assault, batter, wound, resist, obstruct, oppose, or endanger Officer Jeremy Morrow. Jeremy Morrow is the first officer that testified, Judge. A police officer of the Detroit Police Department that the defendant knew had reason to know was performing his or her duties and caused a bodily injury requiring medical attention or care of that person. There's zero testimony on this record to that effect. Sister Counsel did a good job and allowing Officer Byrd to say, hey, listen, I think he went to the hospital, but that's not sufficient. There has to be a specific identification of treatment that is received. Simply going to the hospital for whatever reason may or may not have been is improper. So that charge must be dismissed. There's no grounds for it. Officer Morrow didn't mention anything about going to the hospital, didn't mention anything about being injured at all. Let's talk about the rest of the charges. So that would mean that if count 2 is dismissed, then the accompanying felony firearm that's with it should be dismissed as well. That would leave carrying concealed weapon, police officer resisting obstructing, the 2-year, and a singular count of felony firearm. Your Honor, I believe that undeniably there is inconsistency in the officer's testimonies. There's inconsistency in what their observations were. And based upon that, Judge, this court has the ability to weigh credibility. So I would object to the bind over of the further counts without further argument. But undeniably, I think the record is clear as it relates to count 2, resisting, obstructing, causing injury. Thank you.
Thank you. I had an opportunity to listen to the testimony as well, and I respectfully disagree that the prosecution has failed in this regard. They have met their burden. Count 2 is going to be amended to police officer assisting, resisting, obstructing, period, the 2-year felony. But as it relates to all other matters, the prosecution has clearly, they've clearly met their burden here. There's been testimony that has been articulated by both officers, particularly Officer Byrd, with regards to his observations, and the prosecution has met their burden. They certainly established by a probable cause standard, crime was committed in the city of Detroit, county of Wayne, that you probably committed those crimes. There was no question as to identity. There was testimony as it relates to the resisting. There was testimony as it relates to the firearm. There was testimony as it relates to the carry concealed. So with that being said, there wasn't just testimony, there was sufficient testimony to rise to the level of probable cause. So the matter is going to be bound over. Again, the only amendment that this court is making is that count 2 is amended to police officer assaulting, resisting, obstructing, the 2-year felony. So let me just be clear. CCW, count 1. Count 2, police officer resisting, obstructing, which is MCL 750.506A. Count 3, same offense as it's charged. Count 4, weapons, felony firearm, and count 5, weapons, felony firearm. For fullness of the record, the reason why count 2 is amended is because there was not sufficient information brought on the record with regards to any injury. So with that being said, that is the order of the court. The AOI date is going to be August 10th at 9 a.m.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Sorry to wait in the hallway.
Okay, can I trouble you to bring in Mr. Gonick? Or whoever, is this Matthews or Edwards?
That's Edwards.
Okay.
Matthews, Tony,
Good day, Judge.
You too, thank you.
Have our turn?
I'm sorry.
Okay, sure.
Calling parties on Charles Edwards. Calling case number 2158956, People versus Charles Edwards, AKA Charles Ray Edwards Jr. Defendant is charged with count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder by strangulation. Count 2, aggravated domestic violence. Defendant is a habitual offender. Second offense notice. Defendant is scheduled today for an examination.
Thank you. Appearances, please.
Jacob Bloomers on behalf of the people. Good morning, Your Honor. Ben Gonick, appearing on behalf of Mr. Edwards.
Would you please state your name, sir? Thank you. Today is the date and time set for a preliminary examination. Are we proceeding to an exam today?
Your Honor, at this time, the complaining witness, Patrice Watson, is not present in the courthouse. She was subpoenaed to be here for a 10 a.m. preliminary exam, so the people are unable to proceed on count 1 at this time.
Mr. Clerk, can I trouble you to make sure that I wrote a note right here on the side, but I just want to make sure that it's processed properly?
I changed it.
Oh, okay, perfect, thank you.
Count 2.
Count 2. Yeah, count 2, it's the mirror count 3. Okay. With that being said, today's the date and time set for an examination. It was set for 10 a.m. And the complaining witness, according to Mr. Bloomers, has failed to appear. Have we received any phone calls from that complaining witness, Mr. Clerk?
No, ma'am, Your Honor.
Okay, Patrice Watson. And is there a Patrice Watson in the Zoom gallery, perhaps by mistake? That being said, or there being no response, rather, Patrice Watson, going once, going twice. Mr. Defense Counsel, is there a motion?
Yes, Your Honor, we would move to dismiss.
Thank you. Again, this matter was set for 10 a.m. and it is currently 10:29. I am going to grant that motion. Keep in mind, Mr. Edwards, that this matter is dismissed, but it's dismissed without prejudice. So while all the bells and whistles are around that one word, there is trailer language after the word, without prejudice. And what that trailer language means is that it is possible for the prosecution to reissue in this matter. If you have questions, which I would imagine you might, about the parameters of such a possibility, please make sure you speak to your attorney who will explain it to you in further detail. With that being said, is there anything further?
What is there gonna be a date for the pretrial?
Oh, yes. Okay, so he's charged with. Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. He's charged with count 1, the felony. That will be dismissed without prejudice as the complaining witness has failed to appear. Count 2, the domestic violence aggravated, is a 1-year miss. And this court does not have jurisdiction over that. There will be a pretrial date assigned for which you would appear before, I think it's Judge Garrett.
Yes, ma'am.
And that date would be what?
August 10th, Your Honor.
August 10th. For the remaining misdemeanor.
Your Honor, can I address bond?
Sure.
The bond is set as, I believe, $30,000, 10%, which would require $3,000 for Mr. Edwards to be released. We're requesting, in light of the fact that the felony charge, which is a serious charge, was dismissed, and even though it was dismissed without prejudice, there's only a misdemeanor charge remaining. Mr. Edwards has been incarcerated for some time now, and we're requesting that the court set a personal bond with perhaps GPS monitoring. He could reside with his aunt in Dearborn Heights. He is gainfully employed as a detailing. He would have his job available back detailing cars.
Mr. Blowers.
Yes, Judge, with count 1 being dismissed, I would be willing to stipulate so long as that GPS tether is part of the personal bond.
Okay, so. All right, Mr. Clerk, can I trouble you for a bond reduction form? Thank you. And I'm gonna hand this to you to hand to Mr. Gonick as well for his signature on that order of dismissal. I will grant that motion. The matter will, the bond will be adjusted to $30,000 personal bond with GPS tether and a continued no contact with the complaining witness. Do you understand that? Now that includes direct contact as well as indirect contact. So no telephone, writing, texting, chatting, any form of social media outreach, or even having another individual act on your behalf to reach out to the complaining witness would be considered a violation of your bond. Do you understand that? Even if the complaining witness comes to you, knocking on your door, you are not, this is an important point. I'm sorry, I don't mean to distract you, but it's important you understand this. If the complaining witness comes to your doorstep, you are not permitted to engage with her. She doesn't have a bond on her. You still have a bond on you, even though the felony has been dismissed because the witness failed to appear. So that no contact is still in place. You're going to have to abide by that no contact provision and also the parameters that are going to be explained to you as it relates to the tether.
Yes, ma'am.
So there will be exclusionary areas, namely the complaining witness's residence.
Yes, ma'am.
If you have questions about that, again, please direct those questions to your attorney. If you have questions about your tether, please make sure that you're talking to the people at the tether unit. Okay? We are also, I just need to hand another form to you, Mr. Gonick, on the motion to reduce bond that I'll need your signature on, and then we'll be all set.
Is it okay if I just bring it back down?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Come on.
Can I give him this piece of paper? You can look at it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was the date for the pretrial?
That's August 10th at 8:30 in front of Judge Austin Gary.
Okay, I just need Mr. Downing to sign this as well, and just go one more thing.
Calling parties on Brian Matthews. Calling case number 21-58971, People versus Brian Allen Matthews. Defendant is charged with count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence, third offense notice. Defendant is a habitual offender, fourth offense notice. Defendant is scheduled today for an examination.
Thank you, sir. Appearances, please.
Jacob Boomers on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Judge, to you and to the staff. Brandy Robinson of the Neighborhood Defender Service. My P number is 66895, and I'm here on behalf of Brian Matthews, who is present.
Thank you. And could you please state your name?
Brian Allen Matthews.
Thank you. Today is the date and time set for a preliminary examination. Are we proceeding to an exam today?
Your Honor, at this time, the complaining witness, Alexis Wells, is not present in the courthouse. She was subpoenaed to be here. My officer in charge, Detective Randolph, is here. She did state that she would personally serve the complaining witness. Without her presence participation, people are unable to go forward at this time.
Have we received a phone call from that witness, Mr. Clerk, Alexis Wells?
No, ma'am, Your Honor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Judge, I would ask the court to dismiss the charges at this time.
Okay, this is an examination that was set for 10 a.m. It is currently 10:36 by the court's clock, and the representations having been made by the prosecutor, I'm certainly going to grant that motion made by defense counsel to dismiss this matter. Keep in mind, Mr. Matthews, that it's dismissed without prejudice, which means it is possible that the prosecution can reissue in this matter. This is going to pertain to count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation, which is the felony. Count 2 is going to be set for a pretrial.
Judge, I'm sorry, it was actually, that's charged as a felony, third offense.
Oh, it's charged as a third offense?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, yes, it is. So see the third offense notice underneath, which is listed as a 5-year felony. As an enhancement. So with that being said, the entire file is going to be dismissed, the entire complaint rather is going to be dismissed without prejudice. It is important to understand what without prejudice means. So if you have any questions about that, please make sure that you're in contact with your attorney, as I would think naturally you probably would have questions about how it's dismissed today and can possibly be reissued. Your attorney can explain that to you, and that would be up to the prosecution if they deem that that action is warranted. Is there anything further?
Nothing for the people, Judge.
Nothing for the defense.
Okay, and I will need, Madam Defense, I will need your signature on this order of dismissal. Okay, this is for Ms. Robinson. If Thorpe is not in custody?
No, they're coming in now.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Ready?
Yes, yes, sir.
Calling parties on Hakan Thorpe. Calling case number 20-62654, People versus Hakan Thorpe. Defendant is charged with count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence. Defendant is a habitual offender. Third offense notice. Also calling case number 20-62650, People versus Hakan Thorpe. Defendant is charged with count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder by strangulation. Count 2, malicious destruction of personal property, $200 or more but less than $1,000. Count 3, domestic violence. Defendant is a habitual offender. Third offense notice. Defendant is scheduled today for examinations on both matters.
Thank you. Appearances, please.
Jacob Blumers on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Steve Menkinski, 31562, appearing on behalf of Hakan Thorpe, who's present.
Please state your name.
Hakan Thorpe.
Thank you. Today is the date and time set for examination in both of these matters. Are we proceeding to exam today?
Your Honor, this time the complaining witness in both matters, Rachel Kepsel, is not present in the courthouse. She was subpoenaed to be here for the 10 o'clock matter. The other matter is set for 10:30, and I believe it's now after 10:30. Without her presence participation, people are unable to go forward on, it would be count 1 on the 2654 file and count 1 on the other file.
Okay, is there a motion?
All right, move to dismiss.
Okay, it is currently 10:41, and as indicated, these matters were set at 10 and 10:30 respectively. Have we received any phone call from the complaining witness, Mr. Clerk?
No, ma'am, Your Honor.
Okay, with that being said, I am going to grant the motion to dismiss as it relates to 200-626-5001. Count 1 is going to be dismissed, count 1 only on that file. Count 2 and 3 are charged as misdemeanors, and they will be set for pretrial on August 10th. Would that be August 10th again?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
On 200-626-5401, given the representations that have been made and the motion that has been made, I am going to grant that motion as it relates to count 1 on that file and count 1 only. The remaining misdemeanor is going to be set for a pretrial before Judge Garrett on August 10th.
Your Honor, my only problem with setting it that day is I have an in-person trial, but it is not set till 10.
I would just contact Judge Garrett's court. I mean, unless, Mr. Clerk, there's flexibility with that.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, did you, I don't know, what is the flexibility?
Whatever the council is ready.
Oh, okay, well, did you want to select a date somewhere within that range?
Yeah, I could. Are they set for certain days or it doesn't matter?
No, any day of the week.
Let's see, I could do August 11th.
Okay, August 11th, pretrial for both of those matters. Okay, I just need your signature on these orders of dismissal as the moving party, Mr. Minigan.
Okay.
I'm going to be passing this up to you in just a moment. Oh, and Mr. Thorpe, also keep in mind, I'm not sure if I said it, that the matters are dismissed, but they're dismissed without prejudice, which means it is possible that they can be reissued, the felonies, that is. If you have questions regarding the how and the why behind that, please make sure that you speak to your attorney, and he will explain it to you in greater detail. Do you have on a GPS tether at this time?
Do not.
Okay, all right, I just need your signature, Mr. Minkin.
Okay.
Okay.
Same sign on too. Yes. Call the parties on Robert Stoneman. Calling case number 2059170, People versus Robert Lee Stoneman. Defendant is charged with count 1, weapons, firearms, possession by felon. Count 2, weapons, felony firearm. Count 3, weapons, ammunition, possession by felon. Count 4, weapons, felony firearm. Count 5, carrying a concealed weapon. Defendant is a habitual offender. Second offense notice. Defendant is scheduled today for an examination.
Thank you. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please this honorable court, Attorney Phyllis Gayton Robinson, P71733, on behalf of Mr. Robert Stoneman, who stands over my right shoulder. Mr. Stoneman, can you please state your name for the record?
Good morning. Okay, today being the date and time set for an exam, are we proceeding to an exam today?
Your Honor, people are unprepared to proceed to examination. The people subpoenaed several officers and none of them are currently in the courthouse. I sent reminder emails yesterday about today's date, and I have not heard anything back as to why they may or may not be able to be here.
Is there a motion?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. Today's the day and time set for exam. We are prepared to move forward. As the people are not prepared, we are seeking an immediate dismissal of this matter.
Okay. This matter was set for a 10:30 examination. It's currently 10:45. And with the representations that have been made, I am going to grant that motion to dismiss. The matter is hereby dismissed without prejudice. Sir, do you have on a GPS tether that needs to be removed? I need an audible answer.
No, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, I just need your signature, Madam Defense, on this order of dismissal that I'm preparing.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then we'll be all set. You can have a seat in the hallway, Mr. Stoneman.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
No, you fine. You see somebody running over.
I got some time.
How are you? I'm great.
It is good to see you. It's
good
been
to
a long
see you as
time.
well, yes.
Hi, sir, how are you? I'm great.
How's your baby boy?
He is doing pretty good. He has a little cold and he's teething right now.
Oh.
He's still running the house. He's just using that as ammunition to get his way
Right.
even more.
I'm sure.
He has learned the system and how to work it.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you and have a wonderful day.
You too. Take care. What about Moore and Dyson?
Let me check it out.
And are they bringing Flemister up? Nathaniel Flemister.
Good morning.
Okay, let's call Moore.
This is more, okay.
Calling case number 2061011, People versus Winston Moore. Defendant is charged with count 1, stolen property, receiving and concealing a motor vehicle. Count 2, failure to return rented property, $1,000 or more but less than $20,000. Defendant is a habitual offender. Fourth offense notice. Defendant is scheduled today for an examination.
Thank you. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jacob Slusky on behalf of the people, P83677.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kathy Murphy, P51422, for Mr. Moore, who is not present.
Oh, okay. Where is he in custody?
He is not in custody, Your Honor.
Oh, good.
Do
you have any explanation as to his whereabouts?
I do not. I attempted to contact him over the weekend, was unsuccessful. I attempted to contact him again this morning and was unsuccessful. I was in contact with him at the beginning of the case, Your Honor.
Okay. It concerns me that today is date and time set for a preliminary examination in this matter. And your client, Mr. Moore, has decided not to join the party. Have we received any phone calls from Mr. It's not Winston, I think it's Wiston, Wiston.
Correct.
Have we received any phone calls from Mr. Moore?
No, ma'am, Your Honor.
Okay, so it now is 10:50 in the morning. This matter was set for 10:30 in the morning, and without his presence, I'm gonna ask Mr. Prosecutor what your pleasure is.
Your Honor, at this time, the people asked the court to issue habeas.
Habeas is going to issue, previous bond is going to be revoked. It was a $20,000 personal bond. New bond is going to be set at $20,000 cash and surety. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Can I hand back to Mr. Clerk the paperwork for Mr. Reagan?
Yes.
Okay, I wasn't sure if I did or not.
Yes.
I believe there is no one here on that.
Okay.
We know he's here.
We can, yeah, can we have Mr. brought up? He's in custody, right?
Yes, there's no.
What about Dyson?
No one is here. She said no one is here on Dyson.
Oh.
Faint sword.
Is that a general?
Dyson.
Sir, which case are you checking in on?
Winston Moore.
Oh, it just, Cavius, he didn't show.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, there's, Ms. Franklin is not here.
Okay, and Dyson, we don't have defense counsel or defendant? I'm
We
assuming
have
that,
ministers, but we don't have the council.
but Dyson, we don't have
no,
defense
neither.
counsel. Okay. I'm assuming that's a general warrants case. That's not, well, I know that's not yours, Mr. Glover.
It looks like it's general.
Okay.
John. He's fine, he's John.
Just a long shot here, if you see counsel, prosecution and defense on the bono, we can start that if everybody's ready to go. They don't have to wait until, I don't want them to feel like they have to wait until 11:30, because that's gonna take time.
Unfortunately, none of them are here.
Yeah.
Yes, Judge. Good morning.
How are you? Good morning to you. We have not seen Ms. Barkovic yet.
Yes, Judge. I actually just spoke with her. She's stuck in a hearing right now, and she's going to log back into Zoom, hopefully very shortly.
No worries, or you want to just zoom back in at 1:30?
Is your docket finished for the morning, Your Honor?
No, but we're going to get right now we're having a little lull, but in a second, I'm not going to have time to do anything.
Fair enough. You mind if I check with counsel real quick?
Sure, it's up to you. I just, you can try, but I've got a few exams that have to go and nobody's walking in the courtroom. So
Fair enough. Yeah, let me see. That probably is better for her, but let me check. 1:30 is fine for me.
Okay, all right, just let us know. Hello? Hello?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Can you believe I have a little bit of a lull here?
I know. What is this? What's going on?
I know, in a second, it's about to be crazy. How you doing? What can I help you with?
Well, I'm logging in early because I have an in-person exam for Flemister at 11:30. And before I drove down there, I just wanted to pop in as I usually do, see if the people are ready to proceed and, then go accordingly.
Now, I'm going to say this. Something that concerns me is that it's on the docket for me, in front of me on my calendar at 11. And I've got a case that I know is going at 11:30. Actually, there's two on the docket. I'm not sure how two got there, but I've got one that is definitely going at 11:30. So I'm a little bit worried. I'm a little bit worried about what we're going to be able to fit in before 12:30. But I think that the prosecution has witnesses. How many witnesses did you? Oh, okay. Yeah, they have their one. They said she has one witness. Miss Bailey says one witness. But I guess I say that with a little bit of hesitation because I just don't know how we're going to get it all in.
Okay.
Yeah, we had it on the docket for 11.
And I had it for 11:30.
Okay, let me just take a quick look. What did you have it for, Madam Prosecutor?
11, Your Honor.
So it's all on me, my fault.
No, but sometimes it's not easy to hear on Zoom and everything else. I have it as 11:30 in my notes. I tell you what, honestly, as opposed to having you come down here and you get here at the time that these other two exams are set to go, I think we need to schedule a new date. When that could be is going to be a challenge. I know your client is in custody. I'm going to ask Mr. Clerk, do we have Can you come tomorrow? Because Mr. Glenn's case is adjourned. Can you come tomorrow at 1:30?
I'm looking at my calendar right now, Your Honor. One moment. Let's see.
Can you check with your witness? Because we do
Tomorrow at
have,
1:30?
tomorrow at 1:30, we have an opening. It just opened up. Please say it can work, because your guy's in custody, I know.
Yes. Come on, scroll. Darn it. Okay, 21.
Madam Officer, which case are you
Yes.
checking on?
I'm signing out, ma'am.
Oh, you're signing out.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Okay,
I
I'm
give you
just waiting
1:30
on,
tomorrow.
I'm just waiting on Miss Bailey to check with the witness, and I'm crossing my fingers here because I think if we don't get this done tomorrow, it's gonna be really, really difficult to squeeze in even an in custody case.
Okay. But I can do tomorrow at 1:30.
Oh, man. Mr. Glenn, do you hear that? You're helping us out by adjourning your case.
Perfect. And Judge, I will see you at 1:30. That works for Ms. Barkovic.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Judge.
Yeah, that spot just freshly opened up. You see, we haven't even put the adjournment on the record yet.
Wonderful.
Mr. Bloomers, she's checking with the witness or?
Yeah, I already started.
Oh, okay. Sounds like an extensive conversation. Can you come back tomorrow?
I think, can you just?
Boy, oh boy.
Okay, let's call, I think Flemister is coming up, correct?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Franulik, we're just gonna bring him into the courtroom since he's here, so he understands that his case will be heard tomorrow. The witness apparently can be here tomorrow as well.
Okay, great.
Yeah, should I ask?
Because Dyson's not in custody, correct?
No.
I don't believe so.
But we do have, I think, a witness.
And I don't think Dyson is here.
Oh, Dyson himself is not here?
No, he's not here.
Oh, interesting, okay. Yeah, she can zoom in, but we're clearly not going to be able to accommodate, so I don't want her to rush down here.
Okay.
Thinking that we're gonna have the exam right now.
Oh, can I have this one?
Oh, I'll call.
Oh, you're calling?
Yeah.
Okay.
Since it's already up here. People versus Nathaniel Flemister, 200611064. The defendant is charged with count 1, carjacking, count 2, robbery armed, count 3, assault and into murder, count 4, weapons, felony, firearm, or count 5, weapons, felony, firearm, and a count 6, weapons, felony, firearm. Today is the date and time set for a preliminary examination, set for 11 a.m. Can I have appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
And good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Kiana Franulik, P73015. On behalf of Mr. Nathaniel Flemister, I am present via Zoom. Mr. Flemister is present in person.
Thank you. And could you please state your name, sir? Thank you. Okay, today, as I indicated, was the date and time set for your preliminary examination at 11 a.m. And apparently there was some confusion regarding the time that this matter was set for, which is why Madam Defense is on Zoom checking on this matter. Unfortunately, due to the congestion of our docket, given that confusion of the date, or I'm sorry, of the time, we're unable to proceed with this examination. By the time your attorney were to get down here, we would have very limited time and we would be in the middle of another examination. So I don't even want her to make her way down here if we can't get the exam done. So what has opened up unusually is an opening tomorrow afternoon. So your matter is going to be adjourned to tomorrow at 1:30, wherein it will be the only matter set. There will be no opportunity for any other case to interfere with the hearing of this matter, which I think is going to allow more opportunity for us to get in, get it done without having to split it up over a number of days. There is, just so you know, Mr. Flemister, there is a complaining witness that is present in the courthouse. This isn't a situation where there was a lack of willing witnesses to show. The prosecution, is that incorrect, the representation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Madam Defense, you are available tomorrow at 1:30?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And Madam Prosecutor, you and your witness are available at 1:30 tomorrow?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I just wanted you to come up and be brought into the courtroom so you understood what was going on, sir. Okay? All right, we're all set. We'll see you tomorrow at 1:30.
And Mr. Flemister, I will see you this afternoon for a jail visit. Thank you.
Take care, Ms. Franulin.
You too. See you tomorrow, Your Honor. Have a safe day.
Okay. Madam Prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
Trouble you just to see if there's any other prosecutors. There should be a special prosecutor on De Bono. They don't need to wait. They can come in and start because we're gonna be hard pressed. I think sometimes they get here and they huddle until it's time, but if everyone's here, we can start.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Diallo said she's gonna log in a few minutes.
Oh, great, okay. Okay, can you pull Dyson?
Calling parties on Demario Dyson. Calling case number 20-57575, People versus Demario Amaru Dyson. Defendant is charged with count 1, controlled substance, delivery or manufacture, ecstasy or MDMA. Count 2, controlled substance, possession of cocaine, heroin, or another narcotic less than 25 grams. Defendant is scheduled today for an examination.
Thank you. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Judge, I'm sorry, good morning to you and your staff. Lillian Diallo, P52036 on behalf of Mr. Dyson. And if I may, Judge?
Yes.
So Judge, I don't know, I understand this is set for an exam. I can't see me, but I am here. It is set for an exam. There are 2 cases, but if the people are ready to proceed today, I guess I can go ahead and try to get them on real quick.
Well, was this a Zoom exam or an in-person exam?
Judge, now, I don't get me to telling a story. I do not know what it is because it was set a long time ago.
I have it as in-person. Is Dyson here?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Well, Judge, here's the thing. This matter is, I think, was supposed to be in front of Judge Giles. He had another matter. So that matter was up on Friday. That was before this. So I believe all of them were supposed to be transferred because they moved that date to October. So if the witnesses aren't here, Judge, I can get my client on real quick. Or if they are here, then I guess it would have to go on top of, go and be consolidated with Judge Giles, Judge Jefferson now docket.
I see. Do you have witnesses?
I do.
Okay. All right. Well, with that being said, I am concerned that Mr. Dyson hasn't made an appearance here today, but I do understand that there's obviously some perhaps confusion because there is another case in Judge Jefferson's docket. That case, I think this case is the older case. So that case should actually come here from what Mr. Clerk is telling me. And just to avoid any confusion, we're going to, you said it's set in October, Madam Defense, before Judge Jefferson?
Yes, ma'am. It was supposed to be set on Friday. Of course, I did know, and they had moved it to October. So that may be the confusion for Mr. Dyson as well, because we were ready on Friday against all odds, Judge.
Get that file from Judge Jefferson, and if you could take a look to see if October 5th is the date that we can stick with here for both matters.
Sorry. Sorry.
Is it crazy?
Yeah, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna see what you.
Okay, well, no, don't show me.
We can set it for another day, Judge. I'm planning on having some kind of surgery, so I'm being incapacitated anyway. I could always roll in there, but.
No, I want you to recover swiftly. Can you find a date in October that makes sense? It's gonna be 2 files, and you have proposed on this case 1 witness, correct?
It would probably be max 2 on this case, Your Honor.
Okay.
On the case that is currently with Judge Jefferson, I haven't laid eyes on it, so I would not have an estimation at this point.
Sorry, Deb, can you give me the next available afternoon, which is probably not gonna be until September, or could you give me a September 1:30 date?
September 1.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me check.
So then we don't have any issues with regards to interference from other cases. Will September work in terms of what you your recovery?
It should, Judge. It really should.
Okay.
We have September 2nd and September 3rd at 1:30.
Okay, September 2nd or 3rd?
That's a little bit too quick, Judge. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Maybe we can have after Labor Day.
Mr. Bloomers, can I trouble you to see if the prosecutor is here on the DeBono case, because we're getting ready to call it, and sometimes I know that they stick in rooms waiting, I'm not sure why. Is DeBono yours? DeBono's not yours.
No, do you happen to know? Okay.
Judge Coleman. Judge Coleman.
How about Friday, September 10th?
September 10th, Friday, September 10th at what? No, Friday, September 10th. No, I'm kidding. Friday, September 10th at 1:30.
That works, Judge.
Okay.
Or that Monday, the 13th?
No. Friday.
Monday.
The 10th is good.
Friday, September 10th. That's gonna be for both files. And please, if you could, Ms. Bailey, since this is a reset, can you make sure that those officers are not, if you could check right now before Ms. Diallo leaves, to make sure they're not gonna be on furlough or any sort of training?
Yes.
So we need to get that file from Judge Jefferson.
Okay, I'm gonna send an email right now.
Is it a controlled substance allegation as well?
No, this is CCW, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And I don't even know if I have a gun board letter in on that one yet, Judge. I don't know, but I'm sure everything's gonna be worked out by September 10th.
Okay, good. If for some reason you need more time on your end with regards to what your personal business, no.
Thank you.
Well, we're just waiting on Ms. Bailey to come back in to confirm that date.
Ms. Bonds and her client are here. She was apparently waiting in Jones. So
Who knew, right?
I asked her, I saw her, I thought it was Ms. Bond. I was like, who do you have over here? She was like, I'm over there. And I'm like,
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Bloomer. Yeah. I think Ms. Bailey got lost. Oh, there she is. I thought she got lost.
No, ma'am. September 10th is good for the officers, Your Honor. If
Perfect.
that changes, I will of course let the court know
Okay.
immediately.
In-person examination, September 10th at 1:30. You will advise your client accordingly, and we'll see you then.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good day and stay safe.
You too. Good luck.
Bye.
So when you get that second file, Mr. Sanders, you need to make sure that that second Dyson is set for that September 10th at 1:30 as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna schedule it.
Okay, thank you.
I'll take the old date out, put the new one in. Oh, okay.
Okay, let's call Jones. People versus Jones.
Oh.
Shanta Jones.
Oh, hold on a second.
20059990601.
People versus Shanta Jones. Defendant is charged with count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, felonious assault. Count 2, domestic violence. Defendant is scheduled today for an examination.
Thank you. Appearances, please.
Jacob Bloomers on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. Janet Stein, appearing on behalf of Ms. Jones.
Okay, Ms. Jones, please state your name.
Shante Jones.
Thank you. Today is the date and time set for a preliminary examination, set for 11 a.m. And it is currently 11:20. Are we proceeding to an exam?
Your Honor, at this time, the complaining witness, Leo Webb, is not present in the courthouse. He was subpoenaed to be here for an 11 a.m. exam. Without his presence and participation, the people are unable to go forward on count 1.
Have we received a phone call from that individual, Mr. Clerk?
No, ma'am, Your Honor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Move to dismiss, Your Honor.
That motion is granted. The matter is going to be dismissed. Ms. Jones, it's dismissed without prejudice, and what that means is that it is possible that it can be reissued. Now, that may sound confusing. If it is confusing to you, please make sure that you speak with your attorney.
Okay.
And she'll explain to you the fullness of that concept of a possible reissuance. But as for now, the complaining witness isn't here. I'm gonna grant that motion. Are you wearing a GPS tether that needs to be removed?
No.
Okay. I just need your signature, Ms. Spahn.
And judges, account, I'm sorry, it's account 2.
Oh, okay. There is, count 1 is going to be dismissed, Ms. Spahn. Count 2 is gonna be set for a pretrial as it's a misdemeanor. Pretrial date is going to be August 10th before Judge Garrett. Ms. Jones, so the count 1, that's the felony, is being dismissed.
Okay.
This court doesn't have jurisdiction over the misdemeanor.
Okay.
So that matter is going to be set for a pretrial before Judge Garrett.
Okay.
All right, so you'll get information as to how to respond. I'm assuming it will be virtual. And your attorney will instruct you as to what you need to do. Lastly, again, Ms. Bond, I just need your signature on the order of dismissal as the moving party. And Ms. Jones, you can have a seat in the hallway.
Can I just ask your clerk, Your Honor, I was looking up the case in the 36 docket. It doesn't seem to be scheduled for today. And it's scheduled from January, but there's no entry that there's a hearing today. So
My notes well, my personal notes indicate July 20th. What does the register, court system reflect? I mean, I'm assuming it reflects same because I have it on my docket.
It set in January for July 20th, but there's no docket entry for July 20th. So I don't know if that gets done today or.
It'll be done.
Because it's still July 20th.
I got you, Your Honor.
It's gonna be reflected on the Register of Actions just as soon as we process it.
And you said August 10th at what time?
8:30.
Is it 8:30 or not?
8:30.
8:30?
Before
Okay.
Judge Garrett.
So I have that. Thank you so much, Your
You're
Honor.
welcome. Good to see you, Ms. Bond.
You too. Have a great day.
You too. Mr. Bloomers, are you all set?
That was my last matter, Your Honor, so have a good rest of your day.
Mr. Bloomers, before you leave, can I trouble you to find this gentleman?
Who am I looking for, Judge?
Holman. Holman.
Oh, Holman?
I thought I saw him.
Wait on this list.
Yes, that's what, I didn't know if I needed to prepare it.
I have one case.
Thank you.
Are we ready to call Eugene Archer?
I have not had a chance, Your Honor.
Okay. Just a minute.
Okay. Calling parties are Daniel DeBono. Calling case number 20-58786, people versus Daniel Joseph DeBono. Defendant is charged with 3 counts, assault with a dangerous weapon, felonious assault. Defendant is scheduled today for an examination.
Thank you. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joshua Coleman on behalf of the people, P number 71971.
Thank you.
Good morning, Pamela Sidlake on behalf of Corporal DeBono. He is present and standing to my right.
Thank you. Good morning. And your name, sir?
Good morning, ma'am.
Thank you. Could you hear that? Repeat that, please.
Daniel DeBono.
Thank you. All right, today is the date and time set for a preliminary examination in this matter. Are we prepared to proceed, or are there any preliminary matters?
The people are prepared to proceed, Your Honor.
Judge, the only preliminary matter that I would, I just want to make sure that the court, I know that last time we were here, I think it was April 8th of some month, I had filed a supplemental brief.
Yes.
If the court has it and has been able to read it.
I have.
Okay, awesome, that's all I
If
want.
you were asking for me to reconsider my decision, that is denied.
Okay.
That's why we're proceeding at that. Yes.
Okay.
And just to put everything on the record, that the court hasn't ruled on that motion yet, and the court is kind of wrapping the testimony of these witnesses today into, as part of the exam, it's wrapping that up into its decision on the motion that's already been filed with the court.
Yes, thank you for the fullness of that. All right, if there's no preliminary matters, you're for, oh, come on.
I'm
Hi,
sorry.
sir.
This is the.
Oh, okay. Is there a sequestration motion?
Yeah, so I will make a motion for sequestration for any and all possible witnesses, with the exception of the officer in charge who's just walked in, Adam Mandera.
Any objection?
No objection, I would make the same motion, Judge.
And I really like your mask. I should say.
Thanks, it's a nighttime mask, I forgot to grab the black one that matches.
Okay, sequestration is granted with the exception for the officer in charge. Before you proceed, let me just state that I have already enabled the waiting room, and only those that are working the courtroom, as well as the prosecutor, are in the Zoom gallery. There is another individual that is in the waiting room. There was a John Heiner, H-I-N-E-R. I'm not sure who that is. They did not respond.
It's not a name I'm familiar with as it relates to this case, at least, John.
Madam Defense? Is it a name?
I'm not familiar with the name.
Okay. I'll make one more inquiry just to make sure it's not someone we needed for some other unrelated matter. Oh, do you know that individual?
I'm sorry to interrupt. Ma'am, it's media trying to get on with another agency trying to, that's a familiar name on the editor.
I see. And actually, they just disappeared.
Okay.
The first tier to sequestration is the courtroom, which has already been restricted due to the COVID restrictions that are still in place. So there are no spectators that are physically in the courtroom, only those that are directly related to this case and those that are working the courtroom. The second tier of sequestration is the Zoom gallery, which I've indicated has already been restricted. If you hear someone chime in, it will be because I've let them in and they're an attorney, perhaps checking on another matter that we've got. The third tier to sequestration is that we are live streaming on YouTube. So if there is anyone watching the live stream currently right now that should not be watching it because you're either a witness or a potential witness, you must stop from watching these proceedings to maintain the integrity of this process, as it may preclude you from testifying in the future. That being said, Mr. Moore.
And this does bring up a bit of an issue, Your Honor. The first 3 witnesses are all civilian witnesses. They are all also represented by their own counsel, or at least through the counsel of their organization that they belong to. I've told them that they may not be allowed in the courtroom. Is the courtroom full at this point in time? Will their counsel be allowed in, or will they still have to stay out of the courtroom at this point?
Very interesting question that we haven't been presented with. We have a 10-person maximum, and that restriction has not been lifted. So if their counsel falls within that range, where are we now?
I count 10 in the courtroom at this moment.
So unfortunate, if you want to accommodate that, then someone would need to go, either Madam Prosecutor, who's not on this case, or your officer in charge to accommodate in that degree. And then keep in mind, we need the witness to be counted amongst the 10. And if the,
Well, that may not, they still may not get us there.
yeah,
So I've counseled them that this may be an issue, and I've let them know that they can, if they need a moment, take a moment, ask the court that they want to consult with their attorneys who are here. That will be okay if it does get to that point, correct, Your Honor? They can.
yeah,
they
that
can
would be
say-
fine if they need to pause and go in the hallway and speak with their respective counsel. Again, even with Madam Prosecutor leaving, she will need to leave, so that the witness can come in. We cannot relieve either one of the officers.
Yeah,
I can go to chambers if you'd like.
That's
I
fine.
can Zoom from chambers, but
I've warned them that could be a possibility today, so they're prepared for that, and they should know that if they wish to take a moment to ask a question,
Okay.
they are representatives of their councils here, and they can go outside and consult with them. If the need arises.
well, yes. If it's just one additional person, I would be willing to allow that one additional person that would put us at 11.
Okay.
So, yes, they can have their attorney, I'm assuming, waiting, or sitting on the benches?
Sure, we can keep them in the back row as
But I do
far
not
from everybody
want,
else, yes.
if there's 3 individuals with 3 different attorneys, all 3 will not be permitted in here, only the one
Correct.
that corresponds with that individual.
There is one individual who's represented by one counsel, and then the other 2 witnesses are also represented. They share counsel as well, and they won't obviously all be here at the same time.
Okay, and I would just make sure that I am, when they come in, that I'm instructing them with regards to the sequestration order such that they're not speaking, crossing the wires in terms of what's being testified to.
Yes.
And is there anything else preliminarily?
Nothing more from the people?
Madam Defense?
No, except I'm trying to get onto Wi-Fi, Judge, in the courtroom.
Mr. Clerk, are you tech savvy? Any help in that regard?
No, not really, I can call.
I got the.
You want to
try to question one more time? And then it
I have a
pops
question
up.
for you.
Thank you.
Just refresh it.
What do I hit?
Upper right hand corner. Yeah, left. Next button. No, right, that one, yeah.
This one?
Yeah, try that one. See if it'll.
No, that's favorites.
Officer? When Eugene Archer, that last remaining case gets here,
Oh.
they're gonna just need to hold.
Okay.
They're gonna just stay in a holding pattern. It's gonna ultimately be adjourned because they weren't here
Okay.
on time.
Well, I didn't have a problem with that, so that's novel to me.
Try this now.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right.
And bring in the first witness.
Yes, please.
It'll be Nicole. Yeah.
Did it allow you in, counsel?
Not yet. No.
Please, if you could stop at the podium, thank you. And could you please come a little closer so that the microphone can carry your voice? Could you please state your full name and spell your first and last name for Madam Court Reporter?
Sure. My full name's Nicole Hester, and the spelling is Nicole. Last name is Hester.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're going to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. If you could make your way over here, this little half gate will open up towards you. And watch your step as you come up and have a seat. Mr. Holman, once she's settled, you may proceed. For the record though, sir, could you please state your name?
Yes, Your Honor. Andrew Powell of Honeyman on behalf of Ms. Hester.
And please, if you could spell your first and last name?
Andrew, Andrew, last name Powells, Pauwels.
And you're here as counsel for this witness?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Holman, your witness.
Can I get, you are personally her counsel, or are you counsel for her for employer?
Counsel for MLive.
Okay.
For employer.
Thank you.
I just want to make that clear on the record.
Okay, thank you.
Judge, I still am not able to log in. I did get a tip on how to do it, but I can't even get to the login to do it. I think with this witness, I'll be okay and I won't need it today.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, can I trouble you while we are proceeding? Can you call, see if you have anybody from IT that can shoot down here?
You're just doing, are you doing the video with her?
Yeah, just something like that. And that's, I'm gonna use that one.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have a video ultimately that I wanna show.
Okay. We're gonna see
For
if
today, I should be fine.
Okay, all right, thank you. Your witness?
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please, nice and loud so everybody can hear, because we all got masks on, we're all spaced out. Please state your name nice and loud for the record.
Nicole Hester.
Very good. And how is it that you are employed?
I'm a photographer for MLive.
How long have
Can you spell that?
MLive?
Yes.
It's just the letter M and then live, L-I-V-E.
Thank you. But, you know, I only asked because we have to wear these masks, right? But the masks have a tendency to muffle our voices. And while I can probably hear you better than someone over there, Madam Court Reporter is charged with taking down every single word. So we can't guess on what you're saying, even though you're intimately familiar with it. We are hearing it freshly. So we want to make sure that we get it right, okay? And that goes for counsel too. Please, if you are speaking to the court, if you could use the podium where there's a microphone, those little red objects that are illuminated at Madam Defense, your desk, is not a microphone. So the only microphone in your area is going to be there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. How long have you been employed with MLive?
Oh, about a year now, over a year.
Do you recall when you started?
It was right before COVID hit. I want to say, okay, so October of 2019.
Okay. And did you hold employment as a photographer before that with other agencies?
Yes.
For how long have you been a photographer total?
Including internships?
Sure.
So I was at the Democrat for 3 years, and then again at MLive for a year. Probably about 5 years, 6 years.
And what have your roles or assignments been throughout the course of your employment? What kind of beats have you worked and photographed, things of that nature?
I mean, sorry, were you done? I couldn't.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. You were kind of a variety of things. Like I, worked on everything from different news assignments, feature assignments, sports. Like as a newspaper photographer, you kind of work like everything. You wear a lot of hats.
I want to ask you questions about the late night of May 30th, the early evening of May 31st, 2020. Do you recall that particular night and early morning?
Somewhat, yes.
And were you working in your capacity as a photographer for MLive at that point in time?
Yes.
Did you have a particular assignment for that night?
I was to cover the protest.
What protests are you referencing?
The George Floyd protest in Detroit.
How long had those been going?
It was just at the start of those. This was only, I think, the second day in Detroit.
Had there been at least one other night where you had come and photographed those protests in your employment with MLive?
Yes.
And so this was at least the second night that you were coming down to downtown Detroit to do that, correct?
Yes.
And you were, I should point out, you were in downtown Detroit?
Yes.
Were you working with anyone on that evening of May 30th?
From my company?
Yeah, let's start there, yes.
Okay. Yes, reporter Gus Burns.
Okay. And is there anybody that you were taking photographs with?
Several. I mean, you know, all of the photographers, we kind of kept an eye on each other during these. There was photographers from the Free Press, from Detroit News, and then you had like Matthew Fletcher and Seth Harold.
Repeat that.
Oh, sorry. There's photographers from Detroit News, from the Free Press, from like all other local outlets, and there were, you know, other freelancers, and you know, Seth Harold and Matthew Hatcher were also here.
So I want to ask you specifically about those last two names that you noted. Do you know those individuals?
Yes.
How do you know them?
Well, Seth Harold is my fiance, and Matt Hatcher is like somebody he works with frequently. He's a good friend of ours.
Was
Thank
Mr.
you. I'm sorry, can you hold 1 moment?
Sure.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you coming down. She had an issue getting onto Wi-Fi.
Thank you.
If it's okay, if you proceed.
Yes,
Okay,
thank you,
go
Judge.
ahead, thank you.
Was Mr. Harold your fiance at that time?
Yes.
And what are Mr. Hatcher and Mr. Harold's occupations?
They're freelance photographers, mainly covering conflict.
Is it common practice for a photographer to kind of work alongside of another photographer that may not be with their company or organization?
I mean, I think it depends on the situation. A lot of what we do is situational based, but yeah.
What about in a situation where there might be protests and unrest as such as there were on the night of May 30th?
I mean, a lot of us did that just to sort of look out for each other and safety purposes.
Okay. Were you concerned for your safety that night?
I felt pretty okay until the end.
Until the reason you've been called to court?
Yeah.
May I ask what you were wearing on that particular evening?
I had black pants on, and I think blue jean pants, no, a white button-up shirt.
Did you have any equipment that you were carrying with you on that night?
Yes, I had my 2 camera bodies, my DSLRs.
And how were you carrying those?
I carried one on each shoulder.
Okay. Did you have any bags or backpacks or anything like that?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Did you have anything that identified you as a member of the press in some fashion?
Yes.
What did you have?
I had a press badge that our company gave us.
Approximately how big was it?
It was, it's probably like, you know, it's laminated a little bit bigger than, you know, a credit card, or bigger than a credit card. It's about that big.
And for the record, you have your fingers holding out in front of your body, indicating they're about, can you hold that up again?
It's like,
it looks to be somewhere between 6, 7, 8 inches tall. Is that about right?
I would say.
Okay. And what's on that badge?
It has my picture, and it says press, and it says MLive on it.
Okay. Anything else that gave you away as a member of the press?
That's what I remember having, was just the one press badge and then my 2 cameras.
Okay. So what was your particular assignment on that night?
It was to cover the protest.
What goes into that? What types of things are you doing?
You mean beforehand, or?
Well, throughout the course of the night, just I'm asking, what kind of things are you doing as the evening is going on?
I mean, like I'm pretty much following the story of the protest, right, and what's happening there, and documenting my community. And you pretty much, you're looking out for your safety the whole time, because there's obvious risks with this job. And you know, it's following the story and the people, and kind of like throughout wherever they go. So we're just supposed to be in eyes on the ground.
Excuse me, quick in my were you aware of whether a curfew had been declared for that particular night?
There wasn't a curfew.
Okay. That was not instituted until a few nights later?
So the next night.
Okay. Were you following any types of updates or getting any warning from police about how situations were changing or what they wanted you to do throughout the course of the night?
I mean, you mean like situations like,
Well, let me ask this question. Was there ever a time where you would be in an area of the protest photographing things and police would tell everyone to disperse?
yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't really remember everything that was said. There were times and something, this kind of answers your other question, when police are telling you to like get back, you move back. And so like the rest of the photographers will do that too. And there are times like when they're making an arrest, we're not there to obstruct anything. I'm just there to document.
Were you following the instructions of police if they gave you any throughout the course of the night?
Yes.
Can you describe the locations that you were at that particular night and kind of the path you followed as the night wore on?
Oh, okay. So I remember I met up with the reporter and we went from downtown to Mexican Town and kind of throughout the neighborhoods there. And then we came back to downtown. And then they went throughout the city.
What were you following? How were you choosing what to photograph?
We were following the protest, so they would move as a unit pretty much.
Do you remember the path that they followed?
Just that we started off going through the neighborhoods and came back downtown, and then we went downtown. And then we moved back. When we came back downtown, I think it was about 8, 9 o'clock. And then the protesters, there's tear gas, and the protesters moved back up towards 3rd, and then followed them throughout the city.
Did you have any instructions from your employers about what you should do if you were in an area where the protests got particularly violent, or if the officers asked you to leave the scene or anything like that? Did you have a contingency plan for if anything like that happened?
I thought I remember it was pretty much just to stay safe. And
so you were using then your best judgment as to where to be and when to be there.
Right.
At approximately sometime around 12:30 a.m. on the early morning of May 31st, 2020, did you end up in the area of Woodward Avenue and State Street in the city of Detroit, County of Wayne?
I believe so.
And what's around that particular area?
That's the Under Armour store, and I think a Nike store, and I think the restaurant's called Avalon.
That's a very commercial area in downtown Detroit, correct?
Yes.
What were the crowds like at that point in time?
It was pretty cleared out.
Had a lot of the protesters been cleared out up to that point in time?
Yes.
What were you doing at that point then?
We were walking back to our car. We were leaving.
Who is the we?
Seth, Matt, and I were leaving.
And did something happen at that point in time?
Yes. So.
Can you explain what happened?
Okay, so I remember there's a street that's next to Woodward, and it seemed like there was a lot going on that street from what I'm remembering. And so we went around and turned the corner onto Woodward to walk up it, because I was parked at Kennedy parking garage. So we were trying to head that way.
Were Mr. Hatcher and Mr. Harold, were they planning on leaving with you in your vehicle?
Yes.
Had they come with you in your vehicle as well?
They came, they arrived later. I wanted to get there earlier to meet up with Gus, so they came later, and we were gonna take my car to go and get their car, which was parked over in Mexican Town.
Were you still with your coworker Gus at this point in time?
No.
So it is just you and Mr. Hatcher and Mr. Harold?
Yes.
What happens then as you're walking down Woodward?
I remember, I think there was a protester with a flag who came up and was yelling things at the cops. and then two cops chased the protester down.
Did that protester pay any attention to you at all at that point in time?
I don't remember that, no.
Did the officer that chased that protester, did they pay you any attention at that point?
No.
Did they tell you to back up or address you? Anything?
No, they seemed to be concerned about getting that person.
In situations like that, where you are witnessing a confrontation between a civilian and a policeman, I expect that you saw a lot of those types of confrontations that night.
Sorry, one more time?
I expect that you saw a lot of police and civilian confrontations that particular night.
Yes.
Do you try and make it a point to keep your distance when you
Yes.
are witnessing or photographing events like this?
Yes.
What happens after this protester runs away?
After the protester runs away, I remember, because I think I had my camera up. Matt said to put it down, and there was like a line of, I remember there being a line of trucks of armed, and cop cars to my left. And so we said that, they were like, let's walk, because then we won't look like a threat, and we'll just walk alongside of these police vehicles, on the sidewalk. And there was really I think I saw one person walk by who didn't seem to have anything to do with the protest. And then we were just gonna continue walking to our car, and that's when, we were met with two other officers. We didn't say anything to us, we raised our hands.
How far away were you from these officers?
Probably, again, it's been a minute. I want to say from here probably to that back wall or a little bit further, probably a little bit further.
For the record, you're looking at the back wall. Jan, are you familiar with the distances in this courtroom at all, or?
No, not really.
I would estimate that the defense counsel stipulates more than 40 feet, maybe even 50 feet.
To the back wall, I would say so.
Defense counsel, would you agree?
I'm not gonna stipulate, because I have absolutely no idea.
Okay, fine. Are you doing anything at that moment in time?
I raised my hands, identified as press.
Why did you do that?
Because it just seemed, because we were met with them and they kind of stopped and looked at us, and we wanted to, we were trying to go home, so we just identify ourselves.
Did you see Mr. Hatcher do anything at that moment in time?
They both did that.
Both Mr. Hatcher and
Seth
Mr. Hill?
and Matt both raised their hands, and Seth said, "Can we cross the street? We're trying to get to our car."
How did the police officer respond to that?
There were two police officers, and nothing was said. And then, the gun was raised, and we were shot.
So one of the officers was armed in some kind of way?
Yes.
What did this gun look like that the officer had?
It was black and orange.
Where was it orange? Where was the orange on the gun?
The straps, I think.
Could you tell what type of a gun this was?
It just looked like with a long barrel, like a shotgun almost. I just remember the gun going off. I'm sorry, and what that looked like.
Where was the gun aimed? Directly at you?
I believe so, yes.
Could you see the barrel of the weapon?
Yes.
Was it pointed down towards the ground at all?
No.
Okay, was it pointed up in the air at all?
No.
More directly towards you?
Yes.
What happens after the shot went off?
eye strained and was pretty upset. It's pretty emotional. And I think I was like reaching for Seth and Seth grabbed me.
Were you struck by this weapon at all?
Yeah.
Could you tell what it was that you were struck with?
No.
Was it like a live shotgun that fired live real ammunition?
No, I don't think so.
Did you have any type of injury as a result of this weapon being fired?
I mean, I have like the marks still left over, but there were marks on my arm, on the insides of my arm, and the inside right here. And I was really scared because I got a pellet or whatever in my close to my eye, and that's how I make my living, and that's my livelihood is photographing, and this is the eye I photograph with.
So you said a pellet that almost.
I think
struck
so,
you.
yeah. They're it looked like from the marks and everything, like little round pellets.
Did you see any types of pellets on the ground after this shot?
I think that actually Matt might have had one in his waist bag, because we will wear these waist bags with our camera gear in them. I think one might have fell because I turned to him and he got shot in the lip.
He got shot where?
In the lip.
Thank you.
Did you get a chance to look at this pellet that he had?
Yes.
And what was the size of it?
I mean, they were from what I remember, it was
extremely small.
It wasn't extremely small, they're.
But you have
say a thumbnail size, maybe.
And for the record, you have your thumb and your index finger maybe a centimeter apart, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Were the marks on your body, were they consistent with a pellet of that size striking your body in some kind of fashion?
Yes.
Did you have ongoing injuries as a result of being struck with this?
Nothing serious.
Did you have marks not left on your body?
Yes.
How long were those marks left on your body?
I mean, I still have a scar on my left arm.
Did you have bruising as a result of being struck by this weapon?
On my eye.
For how long?
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't remember. It was probably a week or so.
Was it painful?
Yeah.
And how did you feel at the moment that the officer had pointed this weapon at you and fired at you? How were you feeling in that moment?
I was terrified.
Why?
I've never been shot in the face before. I didn't know what had just happened. I just knew that we put our hands up, we were showing we weren't a threat, and then we were met with being shot.
Had you had any types of interactions like this with the police earlier in the night at all?
No.
Was this your first direct interaction with a police officer or something?
Yes.
Were there moments where the protests had gotten rather violent earlier in the night?
Yes.
You saw physical confrontations between police and protesters?
Yes.
How does that compare to what the moment was like at 12:30 when you were actually fired?
I mean, I think for me also what was jarring was that this wasn't in the middle of a protest. Those things happen when you're covering something, and if this would have happened in the middle of the protest and there's chaos going on, that's one thing. It was quiet, we were just trying to go home.
What happened after the officer fired the shot?
I got pretty emotional, and Seth grabbed me, and we went up to a couple of other officers. There was nothing whoever shot us, there was nothing said to us. And
did you inform the officers of what had happened?
They were standing there.
Did they do anything?
They came up to, Seth went up to them, he grabbed me, went up to them, and I was holding my eye, and and he said he said to the officers, he asked them, like, you know, didn't you take an oath to uphold the Constitution? And the officer responded with, I don't know.
Do you know who that officer was?
No, I didn't.
Did you get a name from that officer?
No.
Did you have any idea who the officer was that fired the weapon?
No.
Did you see any types of identification on him or a
No.
nameplate or anything like that?
No.
Did you give a description of that officer?
Taller, white passing, you know, I just, like, I'm sorry, this has been a while and.
Did you eventually give a description of that officer to authorities of some kind?
I think so.
When did that occur?
It was like a week after the event.
Who did you report the incident to?
First, my editors.
Okay. And then did your editors report it to law enforcement after that point in time?
Yes.
And at some point in time, you gave a description of what happened and the description of the officer that fired on you?
Yes.
Have you seen a surveillance video of the portion of the evening that you have just described on the witness stand?
Yes.
Does it appear to be surveillance video, multiple surveillance videos that are outside of the Under Armour store located right there on Woodward Avenue where you were on that particular evening?
Yes.
What is depicted in that surveillance video? Is that a fair and accurate portrayal of how the event took place on that the early morning of May 31st, 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I'd like to introduce people's proposed exhibit. Number one, it is a multicam of 9 surveillance cameras, and there are, I believe that the witness and some of the other witnesses that she's described are visible in two of those cameras.
Okay, and you're seeking to play that now? or-
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Judge, we don't have anybody here to say where these videos actually came from. I don't think we're laying a proper foundation through this witness as to where the surveillance videos are come from. Are they authentic? Were they taken from that exact area? So on and so forth. I think if they were from a specific store, that person should be here. So for those reasons, I object.
Oh, your response?
And, you know, that is not the standard for admitting evidence. All this witness has to do is identify that this is a fair and accurate portrayal
I would agree.
of what happened, and I think the rules of evidence would say that that is enough for admittance as an exhibit.
Thank you, but you're not yet moving for admittance. You want to play it at this time and lay up that foundation and have her answer questions accordingly, correct?
I can, yes.
Yes, thank you. Please proceed.
All right, at this point, Your Honor, I believe I should be signed into your Zoom waiting room, so I will ask to share the screen, and it should play in this courtroom, correct?
Yes, it will.
All right. Ms. Hester, you see the surveillance video on the screen next to you in the courtroom here?
Yes.
And this appears to be the surveillance footage that you have viewed before?
Yes.
And does the locations that are visible in some of these camera shots, what area of Detroit does this display?
Downtown?
Downtown Detroit?
Mm-hmm.
Would this be on Woodward Avenue?
Yes.
In the area that you've already testified about at this point in time?
Yes.
And I'd ask for permission to play the video starting at exactly what's timestamped as 12:30 a.m.
Please proceed.
Thank you. And do I have permission to ask Ms. Hester questions while the video is playing, if I have any questions for clarifications from her?
Is there any, I don't have a problem with that. Do you have any objection to that, Madam Defense?
No.
Okay, thank you.
And for the record, this is 9 cameras that all seem to be operating simultaneously, correct, Ms. Hester?
Yes.
And want you to let me know the moment where you begin to see yourself in one of these camera footages.
Okay.
Do you recognize any of the events that are going on right now?
Yes, the gentleman with the flag.
Okay. Do you see yourself present anywhere yet in these cameras? I want to pause it just momentarily.
Okay.
In the middle left box, do you see that box?
Oh, yes.
Is there an individual at the very left of that screen in that middle left box?
Yes.
Do you recognize who that individual is?
That's me. The white shirt.
You
Yes.
recognize that as you with the white shirt?
Yeah, the white shirt.
And I have paused it at 12:31 and 46 seconds. And I will play this again. And can you explain what just happened in that middle left box?
Could we rewind it? I'm just having a hard time seeing it.
Is there any way to isolate and focus on just that 1201 camera?
I may be able to do that, Your Honor. One moment.
If not, I don't mean to interrupt your flow. It just would, I think, be helpful. Ah. But I thought it was 1201 for the camera I was looking
Yeah,
at.
I think it reset back to the old time.
Okay. I didn't mean necessarily the time. On my computer, I can see that they have different numbers. But I'm just gonna let you proceed.
Well, I was able to isolate it, but it's not responding. Okay, fine.
That's okay. I don't mean to complicate things.
Oh, no.
I can see it very well.
Well, let me just play from here. Do you have a view of that middle left box?
Yes.
Let me just play that for you one more time. So
Okay.
you can make out what happens there. And are you now exiting the screen there in that box?
Yes.
And can you explain what just happened in that box?
We were walking up the street and raised our hands and got shot.
And is that just the way that you explained it as you earlier testified?
Yes.
Is this, and after seeing this, is this a fair and accurate portrayal of the way that the events occurred in the early morning hours of May 31st,
Yes.
2020? Yeah, at this point, I would move for admission of People's Proposed Exhibit number 1.
Any objection? No. Will be admitted as People's 1.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Cross-examination, well, keep in mind we have 10 minutes.
Pardon me, Judge?
Keep in mind the time, cross-examination.
What do you want me to do?
Oh, at 12:30, I don't have discretion, the record stops.
Okay, no,
So you
I'm
can
gonna
either proceed for 10 minutes or not.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me, if I may, Judge. When you're, okay, the middle?
The middle left.
Okay, in the middle, Josh, can you back it up to that 1231 for the middle row, the top picture? There was somebody with a white shirt on, was that you?
Yes.
Okay, so, just so we're clear, middle row, okay, wait, right? When the officers, right there,
And-
oops,
and For the record, I'm playing this right at 12:30 and 59 seconds.
okay. I'm partially blind, so I gotta get it close. Okay, you can pause it right there. Ms. Hester, is that you right there in the white?
I thought you asked, I thought she said pause it.
Oh, can you pause it?
I did, there's
okay.
a slight delay. because
Oh,
it goes-
okay.
it goes extremely
Towards
to
the
end.
flower box, is that you?
Towards the flower box, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that. Okay, so what are you doing in that picture?
I think we're walking up. I can't, it's really difficult to see from here, but
Okay, you mean the police, do they have the man with the flag? Are they trying to arrest him right there, or they
Yeah.
have, is that what's going on?
I think so.
And you're right there?
Yes.
Okay, and,
Yeah, those are two different instances.
okay,
That was not
but
us.
this is prior to what you said about the shooting, correct?
Yes.
This is seconds before it, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you're standing there, are you taking pictures of what's
No, ma'am.
happening?
No,
No?
no.
If we blew it up, would it show you taking pictures?
I put my camera down after the man with the flag went by.
Okay, but you,
Because, you know, the Matt and Seth both have a lot of experience in conflict, and they were like, it's.
I don't
too tense.
know.
So they told me, I put my camera down.
Okay, but you stand there, the video shows you're standing there for a while, is that correct? Observing? You're not taking pictures?
Yeah.
And this was at approximately 12:31 a.m.? Is that correct? I would have been May 31st by then.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm gonna jump around a little bit here. You testified already that you follow the instructions of the police when you're at a protest or where there's conflict, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall numerous warnings over speakers by the police that, that time to disperse?
I don't really remember what was said. You covered lot of protests after this too.
Do you remember them saying that they have declared this to be an unlawful gathering, unlawful a riot or anything to that extent?
I don't remember hearing riot.
Okay, do you remember them saying unlawful assembly?
I don't remember.
Okay, you said there was numerous police tanks and vehicles and cars out, correct?
Like armed trucks, yeah.
Armed trucks.
I thought so, yeah, on the side of us when we were walking.
Okay, and was it commotion? Was there a lot of commotion?
No, not at this time.
Okay, so then you could hear clearly.
At this time, but.
All right, if the police are saying something over a loudspeaker, would you have been able to hear it?
Yes.
Okay, what about earlier in the night? If they were saying something over a loudspeaker, would you have been able to hear it?
Earlier was a bit, there was a lot more commotion earlier, but again, I don't remember.
And you do not remember ever hearing the words unlawful assembly?
I need an audible answer.
I'm sorry. I don't remember, and I don't want to give reports of like another protest.
So you do not remember. Do you remember them warning the crowd that they were going to be using tear gas?
Yeah,
Okay.
to disperse.
Okay, so you remember them saying disperse?
I think so, yeah.
And they heard about the tear gas? Is that correct?
I don't remember if there was a warning with the tear gas.
Do you remember them saying anything to the effect that we will start using, and I'm paraphrasing, okay, we will start using devices to disperse the crowd?
No.
Did you?
I don't, no, I'm not sure.
Okay, did you see tear gas deployed?
Yes.
Did you see rubber pellets earlier in the evening, or bean bags, let's leave it with rubber pellets, being deployed?
Yes.
Did you see bean bags being deployed?
I don't remember. There was a lot going on in those moments.
Okay, so you saw tear gas, you saw rubber pellets, you saw officers chasing after individuals, correct?
Yes.
Did you see those individuals throwing things at the police officers?
In this instance.
Earlier.
Oh, earlier, yes.
Okay, and what did you observe is being thrown at the officers?
I think there was, I want to say, like a smoke bomb, and maybe some water bottles.
You don't know what was in those water bottles?
No.
Do you know if those water bottles were frozen?
No.
Did you see any rocks?
No.
You didn't see it?
No.
But it's quite possible it happened.
You weren't, I didn't see any rocks being thrown.
Okay, what other, let me put it this way then, what other projectiles did you see being thrown at the police officers?
Just the smoke bombs.
Did you see any railroad ties or railroad spikes or anything that's spike-ish that's being thrown?
No.
Okay, and your testimony was that you followed the instructions of the police. Let me ask you this, why is that? I know it sounds like a common sense question, but why?
I mean, I'm there to observe what's happening and I'm not trying to obstruct. And just for like safety protocol.
What'd you say? Say that again, please.
Safety protocol, and I'm not there to obstruct.
Okay, for your own safety.
Yes.
When the officers or the lieutenants or the captains, whoever announced that tear gas was going to be thrown or used, why didn't you leave?
There were still things happening. My job is to bear witness to my community and what happens.
So
in the way that people respond.
I'm sorry, she can't, Madam Court Reporter can't take down when two people are talking. Can you ask that question again?
Sure. So you stayed because things were still happening
Things are still happening.
and you wanted more pictures.
That's my job, yes.
And even though the police had said it's time to disperse, go home, you ignored that order. Is that
I
correct?
moved back. When they said to move back, we moved back.
But you didn't leave,
No,
even though ordered to do so by the police.
I didn't leave.
Okay, I gotta ask it again so you can answer my question. Even though ordered by the police to leave, you chose not to get more pictures. Is that correct?
Yeah, I have to object to the form of the question. I don't think that the record has been established that these witnesses received a direct order from any particular police officer.
Okay, well, I'll rephrase it.
Thank you.
You heard the officers asking the crowd over the loudspeaker earlier in the night to disperse. Is that correct?
Yes.
But you did not follow that
I
order.
think so.
Wait, just answer the question. You said yes now, you said yes before. But you chose not to disperse, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
We followed the crowd. The
You
crowd
answered my
dispersed.
question. Okay, you kept following the crowd.
Yes.
Do you know approximately what time it was the first time you heard the police officers announce it's time to leave, it's time for you to disperse, leave the city?
I don't remember them saying to leave the city.
Okay, to disperse and go home. Did you know
Not
what
even
time
to
it
go
was?
home. I don't remember hearing go home.
But you heard disperse.
I think so.
Okay, do you know what time that was?
No.
Was it still light out?
No.
So it was dark already?
Yes.
Was it around, so we're talking about May 31st, May 30th going into 31st, so we've got daylight savings time already. So it was dark out, would you say it was probably close to 10 o'clock?
It could have been, yeah.
And how many times did you hear the police over the loudspeakers talking to the protesters in the crowd?
I don't remember.
Okay, and I'm not asking for an exact number. Was it once? Was it 10? Was it 20? A guesstimate?
Maybe once.
From 10 o'clock on May 30th till 12:30 a.m. on May 31st, you only heard the police over the loudspeaker once?
From what I remember.
Okay, let me ask you this so we don't mince here with the wording. Did you hear the police over the loudspeaker? Maybe you didn't understand the words.
I really don't remember much about whatever was said from the police.
Okay, other than you did it some, I'm sorry.
As you're referring to, I don't remember.
But you do remember disperse, that tear gas would be thrown.
I don't remember hearing that tear gas would be thrown.
Okay, I don't mean to interject, but we do need to break and find a new date. The 1:30 we have confirmed is going to proceed. It's a 22 count examination. There is not going to be an opportunity to weave in this continuation as well. I know that this is in the middle of your cross-examination, or really the beginning of your cross-examination, but we must break for union reasons. Mr. Clerk, can you assist us in trying to find what I think is going to need to be an afternoon, not trying to start in the morning, but just an afternoon docket?
How far out?
Well, I'd like to get it as close as possible.
Oh, okay, because I knew I had September 13th, but I'll see if I can find something soon.
Certainly, I don't want to bump a custodial matter, but if there is a non-custody 1:30, and I know that's not easy to find, but if you can find a non-custody 1:30 exam, that would be helpful, that we could bump to put this matter.
How soon?
As soon as possible.
As soon as possible, okay.
So I guess just if you could start with maybe August 4th, that sounds like a good date.
Okay.
If you can bear with us, I want to make sure, Ms. Hester, that this date works for you as well. Madam Prosecutor, I'm gonna need, you, if possible, to zoom in at 1:30 because we won't have time to even address the adjournment.
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
Did the attorney approach?
He never arrived, Your Honor.
No one is here.
But I will sign back in at 1:30.
Thank you. Have a good lunch.
Thank you.
Looks like you have afternoons.
No, so what I'm asking you to do is to go, like, let's just randomly say August 4th. I know that there's gonna be a 1:30, but if there's a non-custodial 1:30, it will have to be moved.
Okay.
Is there any way that you can, by looking at it, find out if the person's in or out? I mean, if it's a homicide, there's no need for you to look. I don't wanna move a homicide and I don't wanna move a double rider.
Okay. August is pretty good.
So all of the days that you're coming up on are all homicide?
Either or AWIMS.
Okay, what I'm saying though, is some of those AWIMs may not be custodial.
Let's see if this makes
August 23rd, what about that?
Defendant is in custody.
24th?
Double bagger,
25th?
homicide,
26th?
double bagger.
27th?
And then the defendant is in custody.
On the 27th, I have a preliminary exam. On the 30th, I have started trial. So now I guess we would have to go into September.
Okay, can you look at September, 6th is a holiday, 7th is a Jewish holiday.
I know we have the 13th, September 13th.
At 1:30?
Yes, let me double check. That's the date I was trying to give Mr. Yang.
You could maybe check, September 13th with your witnesses?
Yeah.
Yes.
September 13th, September 14th, September 15th.
So somewhere in that
Those
range.
are all open?
Yeah.
13, 14, and 15 of September.
I can make whatever work.
Counsel for, Ms. Hester, the 13th,
Yes, 13th would work for me.
okay, it would be at 1:30. Officer in charge? Purple DeBono,
Yes, ma'am.
the 13th.
Judge, if I may, I have a feeling, based on the number of witnesses that are gonna be called.
We'll secure 2 days.
Oh, awesome,
Yeah,
thanks.
He's saying the 13th, 14th, and 15th is available, we'll do the 13th and 14th
Okay, thank you.
at 1:30.
The 13th should be good for the people, Your Honor, and all of its witnesses.
So while in your absence, we were discussing the fact that we will likely need to secure the 13th and the 14th. Just to ensure.
The whole week should be available for any of the people. That should be fine.
Oh, I thought you meant it was gonna take the whole week. Okay, yes, the
No,
13th and 14th at 1:30.
Yes, I mean, Might take a third day, the way things are going, but
Okay,
I'll be available the 13th, 14th, and whatever day the 14th is.
okay,
If
thank you.
we do go past that, which I
Thank
don't
you,
want.
Ms. Hester, you may step down from the witness chair. I would just caution though, there has been a sequestration order that was put into place before you came in, which means that we want to make sure that there's no discussion about what you testified to here today or questions that were asked to maintain the integrity of this process. So please make sure that you do not discuss this with any witness or potential witness. And also, counsel, certainly I know that you understand the significance of the sequestration. I do believe I heard that you are also representing MLive has another.
No,
No, that's
The
another.
other two witnesses
Oh,
are represented by the same.
Thank you, I stand corrected. With that being said, we will see you on September 13th. Counsel, Mr. Prosecutor will likely give you a new notice, just so you have it and can be reminded. That's the 13th and the 14th, which we probably will wrap up with her on the 13th for sure.
We better, yeah.
And that's going to be at 1:30, both of those days, not in the morning, but at 1:30, which will allow us to have this as the only matter that is set. Is there anything that we need to address prior to breaking the record?
Can I take 1 second?
Sure. You can sit down. Thank you so much.
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your patience. September 13th it is. Mr.
Thank
Clerk,
you.
I know you're
Thank you.
leaving me, so I'm just gonna hold this file up here.
Okay.
And you said Carmen, so just let Carmen know I've got it. Well, I'll just put it here, just so she's not
I'm putting
wondering.
a picture in now. You talking about
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Hello.
Judge, I don't see her in here, but Miss Barkovic did say that she had logged on. She may be in the waiting room for you.
Let me see. I don't have anyone in the waiting room, but I will keep a look for her though.
I will send her your correct Zoom information again.
Okay, and what's the name on the case?
Her client's name is Antonio Cummings, Your Honor.
Can I trouble you, Madam Clerk, for the Antonio Cummings file? If not the file, which probably is around here somewhere, if not the file, then at least an ROA.
He's on the docket.
He's on the docket tomorrow at 1:30.
Do you have a case number? Or I should pull up?
Case number, do you have the case number, Mr. Glenn?
I do, Judge. Give me 1 second and I'll get it for you.
Thank you. Yeah, you can bring it up. Mr. Glenn, as soon as you get that, if you have, do you have it now?
Where's your email? Oh, I do, Judge.
Can you can just give it to us now verbally.
Okay, it's 2105 823001.
Thank you. And
No problem.
when I see Ms. Barkovic, we'll interject with, we'll interject from this examination to put your adjournment on. This is People versus Armand, I'm sorry, correction, backtrack. People versus Terrell, the co-defendant. People versus Terrell Vance, V-A-N-C-E. This is case number 21059104001. Strike that 02. 21059104002. And the defendant, Mr. Vance, is charged with count 1, carjacking, count 2, assault with intent to murder, count 3, armed robbery, count 4, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation, count 5, weapons, firearms, possession by felon, count 6, weapons, felony firearm, count 7, weapons, felony firearm, count 8, weapons, felony firearm, count 9, weapons, felony firearm, count 10, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation, count 11, weapons, felony firearm, count 22, police officer fleeing third-degree vehicle code. Defendant number 2 is also listed as an habitual offender, second offense notice. Let me just make sure I didn't miss any. Can I have appearances, please?
Lori Morello Smith for the people, P83353, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Arnie Chambers, P63956, on behalf of Mr. Vance, who appears live in person, standing behind me.
Please state your name, sir.
Sure, Benjamin.
Thank you. We're going to interject just for a moment. Do you have maybe an ROA I can go off of? We're going to interject and put on an adjournment. I see Ms. Barkovic is connecting to audio. And Mr. Glenn is here. Although it's taking a little bit of time for her to connect. I hope she's not having technical difficulties. Thank you. That's very helpful. Well, I'm going to wait until she fully connects. We're going to pick up. We don't have a whole lot of time to sit and wait. So let's go back on the record in the matter of People versus Terrell Vance. Appearances have been put on. Are there any preliminary matters to tend to before we commence with the examination?
Just one on energy stability to the.
Oh, I'm sorry?
One moment, I'm sorry.
All right, pivoting back. This is People versus Antonio Cummings, 21058230001. This is not a scheduled conference or exam date on this matter, Cummings, but People versus Antonio Cummings. Let me just make sure I read the proper number, 21058230001. People versus Antonio Cummings, charged with count 1, homicide, felony murder, count 2, weapons, firearms, possession by felon, count 3, weapons, felony firearm, count 4, felony firearm. We're for scheduling purposes. Appearances, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Mike Glenn for the People. My P number is 77516.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. May it please the court, Camilla Barkovic, P78254, appearing on behalf of Mr. Cummings.
Okay, and Mr. Cummings obviously is not present. Are you requesting to waive his presence for purposes of scheduling?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the record should reflect he is in custody, and I will waive his presence, given the fact that this was not necessarily a planned conference date, and you've been in contact with him. He understands what's going on?
Yes, Your Honor. Obviously, it's essential for me to have enough time to prepare this matter. I received an initial production of discovery, which is voluminous. There is absolutely no way that I could go to an exam tomorrow in this case. And that's the reason the prosecution and I had requested to go before you to address rescheduling of an exam.
Thank you. Who was the previous counsel?
Nicole
It
James,
was
Your Honor.
Nicole. Thank you.
Yes, okay. So you're newly retained in this matter, and I certainly understand your need to not only receive, but review the discovery yourself and with your client. And I do believe that certainly rises to the level of good cause for an adjournment request. I am going to grant that adjournment. The only problem is trying to figure out where we're going to put this. So how much time are you seeking? Obviously, your client, Ms. Barkovic, is going to have higher priority than non-custodial matters, but we've got custody matters scheduled all through, I think, the month of August at 1:30. So we're going to do our best to accommodate you, but what sort of time frame were you seeking?
Your Honor, I have no problem with setting this out a month. I anticipate that would be enough time to give me a chance to review everything independently with my client and then address any outstanding discovery issues, if any, with the prosecutor. There may be some motions potentially that I would file in advance of an exam. At this point in time, I can't tell the court whether or not I would in fact do that. But I think that would be an appropriate time frame. So I have no objection with setting this out to the end of August or early September.
Thank you. You look, Madam Clerk, to see, we need a 1:30. So is there a 1:30 available on August, say 31st? We'll start there.
Have two for 1:30.
What about September 1st? Pardon?
September 1st,
Mhm.
we have two.
September 2nd.
Gary, she did not plead. So you're gonna.
Okay, September 2nd at 1:30 is open.
That seems to be a good day for the people, Your Honor.
Judge, I'm checking right now.
Okay,
Okay, that works for me, yes.
great. September 2nd at 1:30 will be the new in-person examination date. Is there anything further we need to address?
Judge, there is one matter. One of the witnesses, Your Honor, is under sentence right now in the Michigan Department of Corrections. That witness is going to have to be writted back. I don't know if that's something that the court handles.
That is not something that the court handles.
Okay, I will have to come to the court then with a writ to get the witness back into the Wayne County Jail then.
If you wish to get my signature on that, I certainly will sign it, but that's not something that I handle on behalf of the prosecution.
Okay, I will make sure that's taken care of then, Judge.
Okay, again, September 2nd at 1:30. If there's anything that does arise, Ms. Barkovic, please let us know and let Mr. Glenn know, and we'll tee it up for an appropriate hearing.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Glenn. I'll be in touch with you.
Sounds good.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Have a great day, everyone.
You too.
You too. Oh, we lose, wow. Did we lose the council?
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Take care. Have a good afternoon.
You do the same.
Thanks.
Chambers went in the hall to take a call now. And the prosecutor wants to go with her other witness.
Okay.
Was he on the wrong floor?
He found us. I got him. I had the whole security team looking for him. He's here. Can I have a moment to talk with him? Yeah.
I'm not sure what a moment will translate into, but yes.
Thank you. Sorry, doing the best we can with the limited schedule we got on this one.
get to a computer, download it, which takes a couple of hours, 2 to 3 hours, and then actually review 90-something pages worth of discovery. I made that review going into late hours and relayed information to Ms. Nance in preparation of the probable cause conference. I was not expecting the examination to come in to be set this quickly, but I do understand that it was upon Mr. Vance's request that he have his exam this early. I do believe it was relayed to him at that time that it was not my advice to rush it, but quite frankly, at that time, Judge, I wasn't even contemplating with the court schedule that we would be put on the docket for this week, knowing these circumstances with the COVID situation and the court's backup. I knew that I was going to need a number of body cams and video evidence, as well as I was requesting the medical records for one of the complainants who was shot during one of the alleged robberies. I believe he was transported to St. John's Hospital. Getting these messages while I'm in the homegoing service, and I'm trying my best to try to deal with both these things. And then I found out later on that the exam was set for today. I then received a number of body cams, and I don't recall, quite frankly, when I got, if I got some of these body cams before last Wednesday, like the night before, along with the paper discovery, if they came immediately after. I can't recall that. But then I know I got 5 more body cams last night, or yesterday evening. Wasn't able to download them until last night. I have not been able to watch all those body cams. I watched what I could. I just simply haven't had the time. And in my review of that discovery, as I indicated to Ms. Morales when I arrived in court, there's an Officer Dwyer, whose body cam I do not have, who would have been, I believe, the first officer to speak with Mr. McGee, who is one of the complainants, the complainant that was shot. I believe it's Officer Anderson, whose body cam I do have, which appears to be Officer Dwyer's partner, if I'm saying that officer correctly. I do have his body cam, but they didn't speak to the complainant at the same time. They spoke to him separately. So I would be requesting Officer Dwyer's body cam. There could be some other, I don't know if all of what I've requested has been sent to me at this time. I know the medical records aren't there. I would like those. There's also there were a number of lineups that were conducted. I believe at a precinct of some sort. There were live lineups conducted, and then there was photo arrays that were conducted. Quite frankly, many of these lineups there is no identification, so that may not be as important as to those lineups. But there is one apparent identification that took place during a live lineup. And for the photo arrays, Judge, I have the pictures and photo arrays. I can look at them. If I need to cross-examine someone who made an identification or lack of identification with regards to those photo arrays, I can do that. With regards to the live lineups that were conducted, which I'm assuming there were people lined up, I don't have any type of photos of that or any videos. And quite frankly, I don't know if they were recorded or if pictures were taken of that lineup. So I would surely like to think there would be, but I don't know with those situations. Like I said, if there's a photo array, they make a copy, it comes in a discovery package. So I mean, I would request any type of video or photo evidence of those live lineups so I could appropriately cross-examine, and it would be Mr. McGee that I believe made some sort of identification, however strong or weak, of my client at the live lineup. And I just don't have the answers. And I mean, I relayed that information to Ms. Morales-Smith. The officer in charge of the case is on furlough, and I believe there may be a Sergeant Gunning that may be able to answer that question. I don't know, but I haven't spoken to anyone. So I mean, Judge, with all that said, and in speaking further with Mr. Vance, I believe me and him have come to some form of, let me first say this, for the record, Mr. McGee is here, correct?
Mr. McGee is here now.
Okay. There's, and also this.
Julius Williams.
Julius Williams is also here. Julius Williams is a victim or alleged victim of a carjacking. Those two complainants are here. I will take her word for it that they're here. But with that being said, in my communications with Mr. Vance today, I think we're on the same page now, and he understands why I want to fully review the entire evidentiary packet and everything's there so I can appropriately and most effectively represent him in this case. So I would ask for an adjournment to get those pieces of evidence, Judge. Dwyer's body cam, medical records, and anything with regards to the live lineup, if they exist. If it doesn't exist, I would like something in writing stating either why or just simply the fact that it does not exist. And if there's a good reason why, I'd like that reason. And I can communicate further with Ms. Morales-Smith as far as any other videos that may be out there. I don't know.
Before you respond, Madam Prosecutor, let me just say this. So I know you weren't here on the date of the PCC. Ms. Jackie Nance did do an outstanding job on your behalf, on behalf of your client. Mr. Vance is the reason why this matter was set for today. We didn't have the space. And if you saw it, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about if you saw the replay of it. Mr. Vance is the reason, and he said he understood that his attorney would be at a disadvantage. But he wasn't willing to wait any longer. So we have matters that we moved out of the way, other in-custody matters, and one non-custody matter. Because Mr. Vance was very agitated. Did you explain that to your attorney?
Yes, sir.
He was very agitated. And Ms. Janecki Nance was doing her finest to explain, and she went to a couple different breakout rooms with Mr. Vance, and he was adamant. So it's not a shock to me that there are perhaps some items that may not be turned over, like voluminous medical records. But Mr. Vance, again, very agitated, and was demanding that he have his exam, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So that's why we're here today. And the frustration that I am feeling is because we sit like this with everything else, right? Happy to do so. And your attorney is asking, and rightfully so, he wants to be able to not just represent you, but to intelligently represent you. And the only way he can do that is to look at everything that is in front of the prosecution that they've been privy to. I absolutely understand it, and I do absolutely believe that rises to good cause to adjourn this matter. But the frustrating part about it is that we set this time. This time is valuable time. We set this for you because of your demands walking in the face of knowing that your attorney would be disadvantaged with this short turnaround time. And so anything else that we could have handled in this valuable time is now lost. I'm gonna give your attorney this adjournment, as he should, so that he can walk in here and you can feel confident and he can feel confident in what he's relying upon. But we've just lost a whole afternoon. Nothing to be gained. This discovery, he would eventually get anyways. This wasn't a mechanism that needed to happen in order for him to get the discovery. So I'm frustrated a little bit, Mr. Vance, because you had an attorney, Ms. Janicki Dance, who was explaining everything to you on the record and in breakout room. And you were pounding your fist with regards to demanding your exam. And here we are with the reality that your attorney is not going to put a blindfold on and proceed as he's trying to defend you, and proceed as your defense counsel. That wouldn't be fair to him or you. So I'm just a little frustrated, and I'm hoping that you perhaps, as you have an excellent attorney, that you perhaps will speak with him and allow him to tell you what's going on and how perhaps the pandemic has affected the timing of really everything. In the event that this matter proceeds past this level, do you know what's going to happen? Oh, there's a backup. They just started jury trials from the pandemic, from before the pandemic. They just started it this week. Do you have a sense of what I'm saying? Yes. They just started jury trials from before the pandemic that were set. Again, I don't know what's going to happen. This case could get dismissed. But in the event that it progresses forward, I would strap your seatbelt up. Because there's a backup. An unbelievable backup. So, unfortunately, accommodating an adjournment is one thing, but we can't turn this around in a week or two. The next available date, I think, we just went through this with Mr. Glenn on a homicide. If I'm not correct, Madam Clerk, the next available date would be the 3rd. We just set September 2nd at 1:30 for an adjourned homicide. So.
Is it possible to add it to the code of amendment on August 19th, Your Honor?
Is it set for 1:30?
1:30 on August 19th.
Yes. August 19th at 1:30.
And just for the record, Your Honor, I did want to, the original list that Ms. Nance.
Now, wait, one second. Can I just ask you a question? I thought that Mr. Clerk called both Mr. Chambers and Ms. Morales-Smith to ask, is this proceeding today?
Yes, I did talk to somebody today, and as far as I was aware, it was. I did not,
You didn't know council was gonna make a motion to adjourn?
No, I did not know that. I was not aware of that.
Okay.
And I do understand why he needs to, and there is a ton of discovery. We moved mountains to get what we did, including bothering a OIC that was on furlough. He was on furlough when the date was set, Your Honor, and was not happy to be hearing from me on his vacation. I just wanted to put on record that 5 of the videos that Ms. Nance gave me the list for at PCC have been turned over. I do have his list of the other things that are missing with the new items he's added today noted, and I will work to get those to Mr. Chambers.
By any chance, officers, by any chance, I'm pivoting a little bit. I understand that's great that you're gonna work together. By any chance, is the prosecutor on DeBono and witnesses, are they in the hallway maybe chatting?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So you said September 3rd at 1:30 is open?
Yes, sure.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, August 19th at 1:30.
August 19th.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. August 19th at 1:30 is going to be the adjourned examination, in-person examination date. I trust that the prosecution and defense will, in the spirit of cooperation, work together to make sure, Madam Prosecutor, that Mr. Chambers has any and all information, even if it's something that he didn't mention. And you happen to say, oh, this wasn't turned over, please make sure that Mr. Chambers has it so that he can proceed forward in an intelligent manner.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Judge, with regards to the medical records, so should I provide or type up a court order for the court to sign? I don't know if.
Have you already seen it? Standardly, we do that, and I bring it down on one of the many days I get to see Her Honor, and she will sign it for me, and I turn it over to our people.
So it hasn't been requested yet?
I don't have that written up yet.
Okay.
I'm trying to do a lot of stuff.
Because sometimes the pandemic is also affecting their turnaround, they need the
Absolutely.
hospital. If you could, sometime this week.
Oh, absolutely, Your Honor.
Present the court with that?
We are seeing each other again later this week.
Okay.
And I'll just say this, I appreciate that, because I get, for some crazy reason, pushback on getting medical records.
Yeah.
Sometimes I don't understand that.
Yeah, they need to be furnished. Mr. Chambers needs to be able to eyeball it. I know sometimes the prosecutor will say, not you, Miss Morales Smith, but sometimes they'll say, well, the defense counsel has mostly of what they need. No, I want him to have everything so that he can represent his client to the best of his ability and not be hampered in any way.
Understood, Your Honor.
August 19th at 1:30.
Yes, Your Honor, that is when Jonathan Simon is the attorney on Mr. Wodarski.
Okay, thank you.
We're off that one, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me, Judge.
Hi.
Hey, I've called Mr. Margolis a couple of times and sent an email. I've had absolutely no luck getting a hold of him.
Yeah, I think Miss Bailey, what we'll do is have to address it tomorrow because I know Mr. Sanders telephoned him as well.
Okay.
And got no response. I don't know if there's some confusion regarding the date, but we're gonna have to take up this issue. Well, do you have the Eugene Archer file? Can you hand that to me? That should be the last file, Madam Clerk. Let me just look at something real quick, Miss Bailey. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Wow.
I'm ready to pay for it now. I'm going to pay for mine.
Yeah, I think that.
Have a good day.
Okay, take care, Mr. Chambers.
Thank you.
What it says, Ms. Bailey, it says, this was set in January, and I know that, you know, I'm just saying that, just talking out loud. I can't picture this attorney. The only reason why I'm asking that we hold this to tomorrow, Ms. Bailey, is because it's unusual that defense counsel is also not here. So, I would be willing to entertain a motion from the prosecution for capias, but I want to hold it to tomorrow.
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
Can you, maybe shoot a message to Miss Yafuki or just, I don't know, appear via Zoom if you want to?
Yes, ma'am. No worries.
Okay, and I'm gonna keep it on my, Madam Clerk, if you don't mind, I'm gonna keep this Archer on my file. Okay. So I can, call it tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, sorry for keeping you
Nope,
waiting.
no worries. You guys have a good night.
You too. Thanks.